Story 1. I never thought something as mundane as a rainy night could transform into the most terrifying experience of my life. It started off as any other Thursday evening. I was on my way back from the library, my backpack heavy with books. The sky had been overcast when I entered, but by the time I left, a steady rain was falling. Not wanting to get the books wet, I pulled my hood over my head and quickened my pace. The street lamps cast long shadows and the rain distorted the sounds around me, making everything feel surreal. I've always found comfort in the rain, its steady rhythm soothing. But that night it felt different, oppressive, as if it was trying to drown out something I should have been hearing. Halfway home, I noticed a figure standing under the light of a street lamp. They were looking in my direction, but I couldn't see their face, hidden under the hood of their raincoat. A shiver ran down my spine, but I told myself it was just someone trying to stay dry, nothing to worry about. I continued on, but a glance back confirmed my fears. The figure was following me. I picked up my pace, the comforting pitter-patter of rain now a rapid drumbeat echoing my racing heart. Every time I looked back, the figure matched my pace, maintaining the distance between us but clearly following. By now I was running, the books in my backpack thudding against me with each step. I decided to take a shortcut through a smaller, less traveled street. Big mistake. The street was poorly lit, the rain heavier here, as if this part of the city had been forgotten by everyone else. Halfway down, I stumbled over something unseen in the dark and fell, scattering my books into puddles. Frantically, I gathered them, not daring to look up, knowing the figure would be much closer now. When I finally did glance back, my breath caught in my throat. The figure was just a few meters away, standing still now, watching. In the dim light, I could just make out a glint of something metallic in their hand. Panic surged through me. I left the books and sprinted, not caring about the noise, not caring about anything except the need to escape. The rest of the way home was a blur of fear and adrenaline. I slammed the door behind me, locking it, and collapsed against it, panting. I peered out the window, but the figure was gone, as if they had never been there at all. But the fear lingered, a reminder that sometimes the most ordinary things can become the setting for our deepest fears. The next morning, I reported the incident to the police, but without a clear description of the figure or any evidence, there was little they could do. I never took that shortcut again, and I always made sure to be home before the dark clouds rolled in. That night changed how I see the rain. What once brought comfort now reminds me of how quickly safety can turn into fear, how easily the familiar can become the unknown. And sometimes I still find myself glancing over my shoulder, wondering if shadows in the rain are just that, or if there's something more. In the days that followed, my once benign routine became a gauntlet of paranoia. Each step outside my door was accompanied by an over-the-shoulder glance, searching for the figure that had pursued me that rainy night. The sound of raindrops, which used to lull me into a sense of serenity, now felt like whispers of warning. I tried to convince myself that it was just a one-off incident, maybe someone lost, or perhaps a prank gone too far. But the seed of fear had already taken root. The world around me seemed different, now darker, more unpredictable. I found myself avoiding the street where it happened, even if it meant taking longer routes. My friends noticed the change in me, the jumpiness, the constant vigilance. I shared my story with a few close ones, seeking comfort in shared concern rather than isolation and fear. Then, one evening, as I sat by my window listening to the rain, a thought struck me. Was I letting my fear control me? Was I going to live in the shadow of an event that may never repeat? Determination slowly began to replace fear. I decided to take back control, to not let one frightening encounter dictate my love for the rain or my freedom to move around my city. I started small, stepping out for short walks after rain, gradually extending my routes, reclaiming my comfort in the rhythm of the raindrops. The fear hasn't entirely dissipated, and maybe it never will, but I've learned to walk with it, to not let it immobilize me. The rain, with all its might, washes away the traces of my fear, little by little, with each downpour. Story 2. The day had been unremarkable until I found myself working late at the office. The clock had just struck 8 p.m. and the office was eerily quiet, with most of my colleagues having left for the day. I decided it was time to call it a night. As I packed up my things, I couldn't help but notice the intensity of the rain outside. It pounded against the windows with a ferocity that made me hesitant to step out, but the thought of my cozy apartment and a warm meal hastened my departure. I made my way to the underground parking, the echo of my footsteps blending with the distant sound of the rain. I got into my car, the interior offering a brief respite from the chilling air outside. As I navigated through the dimly lit parking lot, I couldn't shake off a creeping sense of unease. It felt as though I wasn't alone, despite the apparent emptiness. Halfway to the exit, my headlights caught a glimpse of someone standing in the shadows. They were motionless, their face obscured by the darkness. My heart skipped a beat. I paused, unsure whether to approach or drive away. The figure then stepped into the light, revealing a soaked, elderly man holding a broken umbrella. He looked harmless, but something in his gaze felt unsettling. He motioned for me to lower my window. Against my better judgment, I did, just enough to hear him over the rain. In a raspy voice, he asked for a ride to the main road. Normally, I would have hesitated, but there was something about his desperate, soaked appearance that tugged at my conscience. I agreed, telling myself it was just a short detour. As he got into the car, a cold draft followed him, sending shivers down my spine. We drove in silence, the only sound the relentless beating of the rain against the car. He directed me through turns and down streets that grew increasingly unfamiliar. Anxiety began to build within me as we ventured further away from the main road, not closer. I started to question my decision, the fear from the previous encounter still fresh in my mind. Almost there, he muttered, pointing ahead to a dimly lit street that looked anything but welcoming. As we approached, he suddenly reached over, his hand gripping the steering wheel, and directed the car down a narrow alley. Panic surged through me as I realized I was no longer in control. The alley ended abruptly at a deserted dead end, the headlights illuminating a dilapidated building. "It's just here," he said, releasing the wheel and pointing to the building. I stared at him, my fear turning into anger. "Why have you brought me here?" I demanded. His response was a chilling smile that didn't reach his eyes. "You'll see," he whispered. I had to think fast. Reclaiming my grip on the steering wheel, I feigned compliance, then swiftly put the car in reverse. The tires screeched against the wet pavement as I backed out of the alley. Glancing at the passenger seat, I realized he had vanished as mysteriously as he had appeared, leaving the door ajar. I didn't stop to ponder over what had just happened. I drove straight home, not daring to look back. Once safe inside, I reflected on the night's events, the reality of what could have happened chilling me to the bone. I reported the incident to the authorities the next morning, but they found no one matching the description I gave. That night and the stranger's intentions remain a mystery, a haunting reminder of the unpredictability lurking beneath the city's rain-drenched surface. I've learned to trust my instincts more since then, especially on nights when the rain seems to conceal more than it reveals. The drive home was a blur, my mind racing as fast as my car. The rain continued to pour, a constant reminder of the night's surreal events. Once home, the safety of my apartment felt like a fortress against the storm outside. But even surrounded by familiar walls, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every shadow seemed to hide secrets, every noise a potential warning. I spent the night restless, jumping at the slightest sound. The image of the man's haunting smile burned into my memory. In the light of day, the fear subsided slightly, replaced by a mix of confusion and curiosity. Who was he? What did he want? And how did he disappear so quickly? Questions without answers that left me feeling uneasy. I realized then how fragile our sense of security can be, shattered in an instant by the unknown. The experience left a mark, a cautionary tale about the dangers that lurk in the shadows, especially on nights cloaked by the rain's deceptive tranquility. I learned to be more vigilant, to listen to the uneasy stirrings of my intuition, because sometimes the most significant danger is not in the storm itself, but in what it hides. Story 3. The incessant rain had been falling for days, turning the streets into rivers and the parks into lakes. I was tired of the confinement, the monotonous drumming on the roof, and the gray skies. On a whim, I decided to break the monotony with a late-night walk. Equipped with a sturdy umbrella and waterproof boots, I stepped into the deluge, determined to find beauty in the chaos. As I walked, the rain seemed to cleanse the city, washing away the grit and grime, leaving everything with a sheen of renewal. It was both eerie and calming to see the streets so deserted, the usual hustle and bustle silenced by the weather. I felt like a solitary explorer in a familiar yet transformed world. Turning a corner, I stumbled upon a scene that looked like it belonged in a different time. The old bookstore, usually closed and dark at this hour, was aglow, light spilling out onto the wet pavement. Through the misted windows, I could see shelves upon shelves of books, a haven from the storm. Drawn by curiosity and a love for books, I pushed open the door, the bell announcing my arrival. The warmth inside was a welcome contrast to the chill outside. The air was heavy with the scent of old paper and wood. It was then that I noticed the shopkeeper, an elderly woman who seemed as much a part of the store as the books themselves. She greeted me with a nod, her eyes twinkling with an unspoken understanding of the refuge I sought. As I browsed the aisles, I found myself drawn to a section of local history. A particular book caught my eye, its cover worn, its pages yellowed with age. I flipped it open, and a photo fell out. It was an old picture of the bookstore, dated over 50 years ago. But what caught my breath was the figure standing in the doorway. It was the shopkeeper, unchanged, as if time had forgotten to touch her. Intrigued, I approached her, photo in hand, questions forming. Her response to my unspoken query was a smile that seemed to hold centuries of secrets. Some places she began, her voice a soft echo of the past, and some people are not bound by the rules of time as you know them. Our conversation flowed like the rain outside, stories of the city's past mingling with tales of those who had sought shelter within these walls. The night flew by in what felt like moments. When I finally stepped back into the rain, the world seemed different, as if I had stepped through time itself. I returned home with the book and the photo, a tangible connection to the mystery of the night. The rain had stopped, but its magic lingered, reminding me that wonders often hide in plain sight, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. The next morning, with the rain finally ceasing, I found myself drawn back to the old bookstore, driven by a mix of curiosity and an inexplicable connection I felt towards the shopkeeper and her stories. The sunlight cast a different hue on the store, its warmth seeping through the windows, touching the worn spines of the books with golden fingers. Yet, as I pushed open the door, the bell chiming once more, a sense of déjà vu enveloped me, as if the night had never ended. The shopkeeper was there, as if she hadn't moved, her presence a timeless fixture amidst the rows of books. She greeted me with a knowing smile, as if my return was a foregone conclusion. "Did the night treat you well?" she asked, her voice a gentle nudge to share the whirlwind of thoughts that had kept me awake after our conversation. I shared my feelings of wonder and the surreal sense of stepping into a different era, if only for a night. She listened intently, nodding at times, her eyes reflecting a depth of knowledge and experience that went beyond the ordinary. "You're not the first to feel the magic of this place," she confided, "and you won't be the last. But each experience is unique, shaped by the stories you carry with you." Our discussion delved deeper into the lore of the city, each tale she told weaving a richer tapestry of history and mystery around the bookstore. It was as if the shop served as a portal, not just between worlds of fiction and reality, but across the very fabric of time itself. I left that day with more than just a book. I carried with me a new appreciation for the stories that bind us, the unseen threads that connect past and present, and the realization that some mysteries are not meant to be solved, but experienced. The encounter at the bookstore became a cherished memory, a reminder of the enchantment that lies in the unexpected corners of life. It taught me to seek out magic in the mundane, to listen for the whispers of history in the silence between raindrops, and to always be open to the mysteries that await just beyond the turn of a page. Story 4. The relentless downpour had turned the evening into a canvas of shadows and whispers, the kind of night that seemed ripe for secrets to come undone. My decision to walk home from the diner was impulsive, driven more by a desire to clear my head than any practicality. The rain fell like a curtain, isolating me in my thoughts, the world around me a blur of wet asphalt and shimmering lights. As I made my way through the winding streets of my neighborhood, a peculiar sight caught my attention. A house at the end of the block, abandoned for as long as I could remember, showed signs of life. Flickering lights danced behind tattered curtains and shadows moved within, silhouettes of a life that shouldn't exist in a place long forgotten. Intrigued and slightly unnerved, I approached, my footsteps muffled by the rain. The closer I got, the more I could hear the faint sounds of conversation, the ebb and flow of a heated debate, punctuated by moments of laughter and sudden silence. It was as if the house had awakened from its slumber, its inhabitants oblivious to the impossibility of their presence. Compelled by a mixture of fear and fascination, I crept closer, hiding behind the cover of a large oak tree that had witnessed the house's decline. Peeking through the window, I saw a group of people gathered around a flickering candle, their features obscured by the shadows, their clothing anachronistic, as if plucked from different decades. Their conversation was a tapestry of tales, each more fantastical than the last, stories of lost loves, of battles fought and won, of lives lived in the shadows of history. It was a gathering of ghosts, I realized, each bound to the house by stories untold, their existences intertwined with the fabric of the building. Frozen in place, I watched, a voyeur to history, until a sudden chill ran down my spine. One of the figures turned, its gaze piercing the darkness, locking onto mine as if aware of my intrusion. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of trespass, of peering into a world that was not meant for the living. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding, the rain suddenly feeling colder, more ominous. As I retreated, the light from the house dimmed, the shadows deepening until all that remained was the abandoned silhouette I had known. The experience haunted me, a ghost story of my own in the making. I avoided the street thereafter, but the encounter left me with an unshakable curiosity about the stories that linger in places forgotten by time, whispered in the rain, waiting for someone to listen. The days following my eerie encounter were filled with a mixture of skepticism and an unyielding curiosity. My rational mind struggled to dismiss the incident as a trick of the light or the product of an overactive imagination, fueled by the storm and solitude. However, the emotional imprint of what I had seen and felt was indelible, challenging my perceptions of reality. I found myself poring over local archives and online forums, searching for any clue that might explain the history of the house and its spectral inhabitants. In my quest for answers, I stumbled upon a community of like-minded individuals, each with their own stories of encounters with the unexplained. Their tales, ranging from the benign to the truly unsettling, provided a sense of camaraderie and validation. I was not alone in my experience. The world was indeed full of mysteries, waiting just beneath the surface of our everyday lives. Emboldened by this newfound community, I decided to return to the house, this time armed with a camera and a determination to uncover the truth. As I approached the familiar silhouette, the air seemed charged with anticipation, as if the house itself was aware of my return. The rain had started again, a soft whisper against the leaves, setting the stage for my second encounter. However, the house remained silent and dark, devoid of the flickering lights and shadowy figures of before. My attempts to capture evidence of the supernatural were met with only the mundane. Yet the feeling of being watched lingered, an unseen presence observing my every move. I left with more questions than answers, the house's secrets remaining just out of reach. But the experience changed me, opening my eyes to the possibilities that exist in the shadows, whispered by the rain. It taught me to listen, to observe, and to wonder, embracing the mysteries of the world with an open heart and an inquisitive mind. Story 5. The city was under siege by an unrelenting storm, the kind that seemed to wash away the sins of the streets, leaving nothing but the raw, pulsating heart of the urban sprawl exposed. I had always felt a kinship with the rain, a sense of belonging in its melancholy embrace. It was on one such night, as the heavens opened and wept upon the earth, that I found myself aimlessly wandering the rain-soaked streets, lost in thought and driven by an insatiable restlessness. My meanderings led me to an old bridge, a forgotten relic overshadowed by the city's relentless march towards modernity. Its rusted structure groaned under the weight of the rain, its voice a testament to years of neglect. As I stood there, peering into the churning waters below, a movement caught my eye, a figure, standing at the other end of the bridge, utterly still, as if carved from the night itself. The figure was shrouded in darkness, its features obscured by the downpour. Yet there was an unmistakable sense of familiarity in its posture, a resonance that tugged at the edges of my memory. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, I approached, each step a mixture of trepidation and determination. As the distance between us dwindled, the figure's features became clearer, and a shock of recognition coursed through me. It was as if I was looking into a mirror, reflecting not just my physical appearance but the myriad of emotions that I had kept hidden from the world. The figure was me, or rather an embodiment of all the fears, doubts, and unspoken desires that I had buried deep within. We stood there, on that bridge, separated by a chasm of unspoken truths in the relentless rain. No words were exchanged, none were needed. The encounter was a conversation of souls, a confrontation with the parts of myself I had tried to forget. The doppelganger's presence was a catalyst, forcing me to acknowledge the fragments of myself that I had lost along the way. It was a haunting reflection of what might have been, a warning and a promise all at once. As the figure slowly faded into the night, leaving no trace behind, I was left with a profound sense of catharsis. The rain eventually ceased, and the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of redemption. I walked away from that bridge a changed person, my footsteps echoing a newfound resolve. The encounter had been a journey through the darkest corners of my psyche, a pilgrimage towards self-acceptance and understanding. In the days that followed, the image of my other self haunted me, not with fear but with a sense of awakening. It was as if our meeting had unearthed a truth I had long avoided, a reminder that the most profound encounters often lie within ourselves, mirrored back in unexpected moments. This reflection wasn't just a phantom of the rain, it was a manifestation of my innermost struggles, a physical representation of the battle between who I was and who I aspired to be. This confrontation wasn't merely about facing my fears, but embracing them, recognizing that they were as much a part of me as my strengths. The figure on the bridge served as a stark reminder that the facets of our identity we often try to conceal or run from are the very elements that shape our journey, pushing us towards growth and self-discovery. As I mulled over these revelations, I began to see the rain in a different light. It was no longer just a backdrop for my nocturnal wanderings or a cinematic setting for introspective journeys. Instead, it became a catalyst for change, each drop a metaphor for the moments that shape us, the challenges that refine us, and the truths we must face to find peace within the chaos of our own minds. This experience, unsettling as it was, ignited a transformation within me. I found a newfound appreciation for the complexities of the human psyche, the intertwined layers of fear and courage, darkness and light. It prompted me to embrace my contradictions, to find harmony in the discord, and to seek out the bridges that connect the fragmented parts of my identity. The bridge, once a mere structure spanning the physical distance between 2 points, now held a deeper significance. It was a metaphorical passage through the trials and tribulations of life, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of internal tempests. As I emerged from this period of introspection, I felt a sense of liberation, as if the rain had washed away the veneers, leaving behind the essence of who I truly am, unguarded and unafraid. Story 6. The relentless patter of rain against the window pane was a constant companion as I sat, lost in thought, in the dimly lit corner of my favorite cafe. The world outside was a blur of umbrellas and hurried footsteps, a canvas of gray punctuated by the occasional splash of color. It was on one such day, a symphony of rain and reflection, that my solitude was interrupted by an unexpected encounter. As I sipped my coffee, nursing the warmth between my hands, a figure emerged from the deluge, seeking refuge from the storm. Drenched and shivering, she took a seat at the table adjacent to mine, her presence a silent intrusion into my bubble of isolation. I couldn't help but notice her, not just for the water that dripped from her coat, forming a puddle at her feet, but for the intensity in her eyes, a storm of its own brewing within. Our eyes met, and in that brief exchange a connection was forged, as if the rain had conspired to bring two solitary souls together. She smiled, a gesture of gratitude for the silent acknowledgement of her presence. Emboldened by this moment of unspoken understanding, I offered her a coffee, a small act of kindness that felt like extending a lifeline to a fellow castaway in the storm. As we talked, the rain outside faded into the background, the cafe transforming into an island of warmth and conversation in the midst of the tempest. She shared her story, a tale of loss and resilience, of chasing dreams through the winding streets of the city, only to find herself lost in the downpour of life's challenges. Her words resonated with me, a mirror to my own experiences, a reminder that behind every face in the crowd lies a story waiting to be told. The hours passed unnoticed, the storm outside subsiding, leaving in its wake a calm that settled over the city. Our conversation wound down, but the connection we had formed remained, a beacon of light in the shared darkness. As we parted ways, the world outside seemed different, transformed by the rain and the encounter that had bridged two solitary journeys. Walking home, the rain no longer felt like a barrier but a baptism, cleansing and renewing. I realized then that the most profound encounters often come when we least expect them, in the midst of storms, both literal and metaphorical. It was a lesson in the power of connection, of reaching out across the divide, and finding common ground in the shared experience of navigating the tempests of life. In the aftermath of that unexpected meeting, the city seemed to whisper secrets to me, each droplet of rain a syllable of a larger, more profound language I was just beginning to understand. The woman from the cafe, with her stories of loss and resilience, became a symbol of the city's untold narratives, each person a walking anthology of their triumphs and tribulations. It was as if the rain had not just washed away the physical grime of the city, but had also cleared a path for me to see the beauty in the struggle, the strength in vulnerability. This newfound perspective fueled a desire within me to seek out more connections, to listen more intently to the stories being told in silent glances and hurried walks in the rain. I began to frequent the cafe more, not just as a refuge from the storm, but as a place of meeting, a crossroads for paths that might otherwise never intersect. Each visit brought new conversations with strangers who became friends, each sharing their unique tales that, when woven together, formed a rich tapestry that mirrored the complexity of the city itself. These encounters, facilitated by the backdrop of rain, served as a reminder that we are never truly alone in our experiences. The storms we face, both literal and metaphorical, have a way of tearing down the walls we build around ourselves, exposing the core of our being to the light. It's in these moments of openness and shared vulnerability that true connections are forged, bonds that can weather any storm. As the seasons changed and the rains gave way to clearer skies, the lessons learned in those rain-soaked days remained with me. I carried the stories shared and the connections made as a beacon, guiding me through the city's crowded streets with a sense of purpose and belonging. The rain had become more than just a meteorological phenomenon. It was a catalyst for change, a builder of bridges between isolated islands in the vast sea of urban life. Story 7. The forecast had promised an unending torrent, a challenge to the endurance of both the city's infrastructure and its inhabitants' spirits. Yet, amidst the cascading curtains of water, I found an unexpected adventure waiting to unfold. Armed with my raincoat and an insatiable curiosity, I ventured into the heart of the storm, my footsteps echoing on the empty streets, a solitary explorer in a world transformed by water. My wanderings led me to the city's old quarter, a labyrinth of narrow alleys and cobblestone streets that whispered tales of yesteryear. It was here, in the shadow of antiquated buildings, that I stumbled upon a peculiar sight: a bookstore, its windows aglow, inviting the weary traveler to seek shelter from the relentless downpour. Drawn by the warm light and the promise of forgotten stories, I pushed open the door, the bell above announcing my arrival to an empty room save for the presence of the shopkeeper, an old man whose eyes sparkled with the promise of untold tales. He welcomed me with a nod, gesturing towards the shelves laden with books, each spine a doorway to another world. As I browsed, the sound of the rain against the windows provided a rhythmic backdrop to the silence that enveloped us, a symphony of nature and solitude. It was then that he spoke, his voice a soft rumble, like thunder in the distance. Every book here, he began, carries the essence of the rain. Each story, a storm of its own, waiting to be unleashed. Intrigued, I asked him to elaborate, and thus began a journey not through the pages of a book, but through the very heart of the storm itself. He shared tales of sailors navigating through tempestuous seas, of lovers reunited under stormy skies, of cities that rose and fell with the tides. With each story, the line between the rain outside and the tales he wove began to blur, until I could no longer tell where one ended and the other began. It was as if the bookstore had become a vessel, navigating through the squalls of imagination and reality. As hours slipped into eternity, the storm outside seemed to listen, its fury subsiding, replaced by a gentle patter, as if in reverence to the tales shared within the confines of that magical space. When I finally stepped outside, the world had changed, or perhaps I had. The rain was no longer just water falling from the sky, but a tapestry of stories, each drop a narrative, each puddle a reflection of the tales that bind us. Walking back through the city, now bathed in the soft afterglow of the storm, I realized that the adventure I had sought was not in the journey through the rain, but in the stories it inspired, in the connections it fostered. The old quarter, the bookstore, and the shopkeeper had gifted me a new lens through which to view the world, a realization that beneath the surface of every storm, be it nature's fury or the turmoil within, lies the potential for discovery, for stories waiting to be told. As I wandered back through the newly serene streets, my mind was a whirlwind, much like the storm that had just passed. The stories the old shopkeeper had shared with me weren't just tales, they felt like keys unlocking doors to understanding the multifaceted relationship between humans and the natural world. Each narrative, woven with the essence of rain, had drenched my soul in a way that mere water never could. The bookstore, a beacon in the storm, had transformed from a simple shelter to a sanctuary of wisdom and wonder. This transformation of perspective was not just an internal shift, it manifested in how I engaged with the world around me. I began to see stories everywhere, in every drop of rain, in every gust of wind, and in every person I passed. The city, once a familiar landscape, now appeared as a living, breathing entity, pulsating with untold stories waiting to be discovered. The realization dawned on me that the storm outside was a reflection of the storms within us, our struggles, our turmoil, our passions, and our tranquility. Just as the city had weathered the physical storm and emerged anew, so too do we navigate through our personal tempests, each of us a testament to resilience and the enduring power of the human spirit. Inspired by this revelation, I embarked on a project to capture these stories, to document the silent tales whispered by the rain. Armed with my camera and notebook, I set out into the aftermath of storms, engaging with those around me, listening and sharing. This endeavor, born from a chance encounter in a bookstore during a downpour, grew into a tapestry of human experience, a mosaic of moments captured in words and images, each a tribute to the enduring dance between humanity and nature. Story 8. The rain had been falling steadily for days, a relentless force that had transformed the landscape into a monochromatic world of gray and silver. It was during this incessant downpour that I received a mysterious letter, its contents a simple invitation to an address I had never heard of, with a note that read, "Come find what you've been searching for in the heart of the storm." Driven by curiosity and an innate love for mysteries, I donned my raincoat and boots, the letter tucked safely in my pocket. The address led me to the outskirts of the city, to an area untouched by the modern rush, where nature still held sway over the land. The journey was a contemplation, each step a further immersion into the unknown. The destination was an old mansion, its silhouette barely discernible through the curtain of rain, standing as a guardian of forgotten times. As I approached, the gate creaked open on its own, as if welcoming an expected guest. The air was charged with anticipation, or perhaps it was just the electric whisper of the storm. Inside, the mansion was alive with the echoes of the past, each room a chapter of history, adorned with artifacts and portraits that whispered tales of glory and despair. The heart of the mansion, a vast library, awaited me, its shelves laden with books that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. It was here, in the embrace of ancient knowledge and the rhythmic sound of rain against the windows, that I discovered the true purpose of my invitation. The library was a sanctuary for seekers, a place where the boundaries between time and space, reality and imagination, were blurred. Each book was a portal, offering passage to worlds unseen, experiences unfelt, and wisdom unattained. I spent hours, or perhaps it was days, lost in the exploration of these portals, each story a raindrop in the vast ocean of human endeavor and thought. The mansion, with its spectral beauty and timeless allure, became a vessel for a journey that transcended the physical confines of the world outside. As the storm abated and the first rays of sunlight pierced the veil of clouds, I emerged from the mansion a changed person. The invitation had not just led me to a place on a map, but to a deeper understanding of the interplay between the stories we tell and the world we inhabit. The rain, with all its might and mystery, had washed away the veneer of the mundane, revealing a tapestry of infinite possibilities woven by the narrative threads of existence. The mansion, with its corridors echoing the quietude that follows a storm, became more than a mere setting for my adventure. It transformed into a character in its own right, its walls breathing the legacy of those who had traversed its halls before me. The library, a heart beating with the rhythm of countless tales, pulsed with a life force that seemed almost sentient, as if aware of its role as the custodian of stories. Engrossed in the ancient tomes, I discovered narratives that spanned the breadth of human emotion and experienced tales of love enduring through centuries, of wars fought over ideals now long forgotten, of societies rising and falling like the tide. Each story was a thread in the fabric of humanity, and as I delved deeper, I became a weaver, intertwining these threads into the tapestry of my own understanding. The library's ambience, illuminated by the soft glow of candles and the natural light filtering through Rain Street windows, created a sanctuary where time seemed to fold in on itself. The storm outside had ebbed and flowed, mirroring the tumultuous journeys within each book one opened. The mansion, for all its antiquity, was timeless, a haven where the rain's whispers were not just heard but felt, touching the very soul of those who dared to listen. As the last pages of a particularly compelling narrative fluttered closed, a realization dawned upon me. The invitation had been a call to journey inward, to explore the uncharted territories of my own heart and mind. The storm, the mansion, and its library were all conduits for a deeper exploration, a challenge to confront the tempests within and emerge enlightened. Stepping out of the mansion as the dawn broke, casting the world in a new light, I felt reborn. The rain had ceased, leaving behind a freshness, a clarity that mirrored my own transformation. The journey had not just been about finding what I had been searching for in the heart of the storm, but about discovering that the true quest was within, the storm merely a guide leading me to the depths of my own existence. Story 9. The evening began like any other, with the sky slowly succumbing to the encroaching darkness, the city's lights flickering to life one by one. Yet, as the first drops of rain began to fall, a sense of foreboding enveloped me, a premonition that this night would be unlike any other. The rain intensified, its drumbeat a harbinger of the unknown, compelling me to leave the confines of my home and venture into the night. My steps led me to the city's old pier, a place of memories and ghosts, where the past lingered like the scent of salt in the air. The wood creaked underfoot, singing the song of the sea and the storm, as I walked to the edge, where land and water danced in a tumultuous embrace. There, amidst the roar of the rain and the call of the waves, I found her a figure standing alone, gazing into the abyss, her silhouette a testament to solitude and resilience. Drawn by an inexplicable connection, I approached, my presence acknowledged with a slight tilt of her head, an invitation to share in the vigil. She spoke of the sea as if it were a living entity, its moods as capricious as the weather, its depths holding secrets both wondrous and terrifying. Her tales were of ships swallowed by storms, of sailors who danced with fate, and of the whispers that the wind carried across the waters, whispers of lost souls seeking solace or redemption. As we stood there, the barrier between stranger and confidant eroded by the shared awe of the tempest before us. The rain ceased to be an external force. It became a reflection of the turbulence within the storms we carry in our hearts, the waves of emotion that crash against the shores of our minds. The night wore on, the storm's fury waning, but the impact of her stories remained indelible. The pier, a mere structure jutting into the sea, had become a bridge connecting realms, the tangible and the ethereal, the known and the unfathomable. As dawn approached, painting the horizon with hues of hope, we parted ways, two souls touched by the magic of the storm and the serenity that follows. The pier, once a place of departure, had become a destination, a reminder that sometimes in the heart of the storm, we find not chaos, but clarity. As the first light of dawn began to edge over the horizon, dispersing the shadows of the night and the remnants of the storm, I lingered on the pier, enveloped in a profound sense of peace. The conversation from the night, filled with tales of the sea's wrath and mercy, seemed to resonate with a gentle lapping of the waves against the pier, a soothing epilogue to the tempestuous saga we had shared. This encounter, under the veil of the storm, had unfolded like a revelation, illuminating the depths of human connection that can emerge in the most unexpected circumstances. It was a reminder that amidst the tumult of the world, there are moments of clarity and understanding that pierce through the chaos, offering solace and comprehension. The woman at the pier, a stranger who had felt like a guide, had opened a doorway to a realm where the forces of nature and the intricacies of human emotions intertwined, revealing the intricate dance of life that often goes unnoticed. As I walked away from the pier, the city slowly awakening around me, I carried with me a renewed awe for the natural world and a deeper appreciation for the stories that each person harbors, like hidden treasures waiting to be discovered. The storm had been a catalyst, not just for the meeting but for a transformation within me, an awakening to the beauty and mystery that lies in the heart of the natural and the human worlds. The rain, once a mere backdrop to the canvas of the city, had become a character in my own story, a teacher revealing lessons of resilience, beauty, and the unbreakable connection between all living things. As the sun broke free from the horizon, casting its golden light across the water, I knew that this experience, this moment of connection amidst the storm, would forever shape my understanding of the world and my place within it. Story 10. On a night when the rain fell not as a torrent, but as a whisper, I found myself drawn to the heart of the city, where the pulse of life beats strongest and the streets tell stories of centuries past. The rain, gentle and unrelenting, seemed to wash the city clean, revealing layers of history etched into the cobblestones and the facades of ancient buildings. It was in one such alley, narrow and forgotten, that I stumbled upon an old theater, its marquee flickering feebly in the night, a beacon for those lost in the rain. Drawn by a mix of curiosity and an unexplained pull, I entered, the smell of dust and memories thick in the air. Inside, the theater was a cavern of velvet and gold, whispers of applause still clinging to the air. A single figure stood on the stage, illuminated by a lone spotlight, her presence commanding even in stillness. She was an actress, of an era long gone, her eyes reflecting the glory and the tragedy of her time. As she began to speak, her voice was a bridge across time, each word a thread weaving the present to the past. She told stories of the theater's golden age, of performances that captivated and moved, of laughter and tears shared in the dark. Her tales were not just of her success but of the struggles, the sacrifices made in the name of art, the fleeting nature of fame, and the enduring legacy of storytelling. The rain outside had ceased, but inside, a storm of emotions raged. Her stories, a testament to the human spirit's resilience and the transformative power of art, struck a chord deep within. The theater, a relic of a bygone era, came alive with her words, each corner echoing with the ghosts of performances past. As the final words of her tale faded into silence, the spell was broken, and the theater returned to its slumber. Yet the impact of her stories lingered, a reminder that within these walls dreams had been realized and lost, and that art, in all its forms, is a reflection of life itself. Stepping out into the night, the city felt different, alive with the echoes of stories told and untold, each raindrop a note in the symphony of the human experience. The encounter had been a journey not just through the history of the theater, but through the essence of storytelling and its power to connect us across time and space. In the silence that followed the actress's poignant recital, the theater seemed to breathe a living testament to the myriad stories that had unfolded under its ornate ceiling. The echo of her words lingered in the air, a haunting melody that spoke of love and loss, triumph and tragedy, capturing the essence of the human condition. It was as though the theater itself was a vessel, carrying the collective memories and dreams of those who had graced its stage and those who had been moved by the spectacles it hosted. As I made my way through the velvet aisles, my hands brushing against the worn seats, I felt a profound connection to the generations of spectators who had sat there before me, each with their own stories, hopes, and fears. The theater was a sanctuary where life's complexities were laid bare, a place where the boundaries between reality and fiction blurred, and the raw emotions of the performances resonated with the audience's deepest selves. The actress's narrative had not only unveiled the history of the theater, but had also reminded me of the power of storytelling to transcend time and space, to unite us in our shared humanity. Her presence, ethereal yet so vividly real, served as a bridge between the past and the present, between the ghosts of the theater and the living soul of the city outside. As I stepped out into the night, the rain had resumed its gentle serenade, a fitting coda to the evening's experience. The city, with its endless stories, seemed more alive than ever, each raindrop a reminder of the tears and triumphs that had played out on the stage and in the streets. The theater, once a forgotten relic, was now a beacon of inspiration, a reminder that art, in its many forms, has the power to evoke, to heal, and to unite. Carrying the memory of the encounter with me, I walked through the rain-soaked streets, the city's nocturnal chorus accompanying my thoughts. The experience in the theater had rekindled a passion for the arts and a deep appreciation for the legacy of those who tread the boards. It was a reminder that, in the rush of modern life, there are enclaves of magic where the past lives on, where stories are not just told but felt, and where the rain, ever the harbinger of reflection, invites us to pause and listen to the tales that shape our world. Story 11. The storm that evening was unlike any I had encountered before. It rolled in with the fury of an ancient force, turning the sky into a canvas of violent colors, the thunder a primal roar that shook the very foundations of the city. It was a spectacle that commanded attention, a display of nature's raw power that both terrified and mesmerized. Compelled by an inexplicable draw to witness this battle of elements, I found myself at the city's edge, where the urban sprawl gave way to the wilderness. Here, the storm's might was unbridled, the rain a relentless onslaught against the earth, and the lightning a dazzling display of electric ferocity. It was in this tempestuous setting that I stumbled upon an old lighthouse, its beacon a solitary light in the tumultuous dark. Drawn to its promise of shelter and intrigued by its stoic resistance to the storm's siege, I made my way to its door, the wind howling around me like a chorus of lost souls. Inside, the lighthouse was a bastion of calm amidst the chaos outside. Its keeper, an old man with eyes that mirrored the sea's depth, welcomed me with a nod, as if my arrival was an expected part of the night's events. The warmth of the interior, lit by the soft glow of oil lamps, was a stark contrast to the fury outside, a haven of peace in the heart of the storm. The lighthouse keeper, with a voice that carried the weight of the sea's tales, began to recount the stories of the lighthouse of ships guided safely to harbor by its light, of sailors who whispered prayers of gratitude as they navigated the treacherous waters, and of the countless storms it had withstood, a sentinel against the night. As he spoke, the storm outside seemed to listen, its rage softening to a whisper, as if in respect to the narratives being shared. The lighthouse, a symbol of guidance and safety, became a character in these tales, its light a beacon of hope in the darkest of nights. The experience was transformative, a reminder of the enduring strength of the human spirit and the timeless bond between man and nature. The lighthouse keeper, with his stories, had illuminated more than just the physical darkness. He had shed light on the essence of resilience, the importance of hope, and the unspoken connection we share with the elements. As dawn broke, the storm abated, leaving behind a world refreshed and renewed. Stepping out of the lighthouse, the air crisp and the sea calm, I knew that this encounter, in the heart of the storm, would forever alter my perception of nature's tempests and the sanctuaries of light that guide us through them. In the aftermath of the storm, as the first light of dawn cast its gentle glow over the world, the lighthouse stood as a testament to endurance, its beacon now silent in the calm. The lighthouse keeper and I watched the sunrise in companionable silence, a shared moment of reflection on the night's profound experiences. His tales, woven with the threads of countless storms and the souls they had touched, had imbued the lighthouse with a life force, transforming it from a mere structure of brick and mortar into a keeper of histories, a guardian of the threshold between danger and safety. As the keeper regaled me with stories, each one a mosaic piece in the vast panorama of human courage and nature's might, I found myself pondering the intricate dance between humanity and the elemental forces. The storm, with all its fury and majesty, had served as a powerful reminder of our place within the natural world, a world where we are at once both master and supplicant, shaping it even as it shapes us. The resilience of the lighthouse, standing steadfast against the tempest's wrath, mirrored our own capacity to withstand life's tumultuous storms. Its light, a beacon of hope in the darkest of hours, reflected the indomitable human spirit, the innate desire to seek the shore in the face of adversity. This encounter, set against the backdrop of nature's grand spectacle, had unveiled the profound connections that bind us to the earth, to the sea, and to each other. Leaving the lighthouse, the fresh scent of rain lingering in the air and the earth beneath my feet feeling more solid, more real, I carried with me a sense of awe and a newfound respect for the forces that shape our world and our narratives within it. The lighthouse keeper's stories, echoing in my mind, were a beacon in their own right, illuminating the path forward with the wisdom of the past. As I ventured back into the waking world, the city slowly stirring to life after the storm's passage, I knew that this experience would remain with me, a guiding light in my own journey. The storm, the lighthouse, and the keeper's tales had woven together a narrative of strength, resilience, and hope, a narrative that underscored the beauty of the human experience, etched against the canvas of the natural world. Story 12. The city had always been a place of endless motion, a labyrinth of light and shadow where stories unfolded at every turn. Yet it was on a night cloaked in the embrace of a gentle rain that I discovered a hidden chapter, a tale that would challenge the very fabric of reality as I knew it. Compelled by an insatiable curiosity and the allure of the unknown, I found myself wandering the city's oldest district, where the modern pulse of life gave way to the timeless rhythm of history. It was here, amid the cobblestone streets and ancient facades, that I stumbled upon a narrow alley, its entrance almost concealed by the cascading vines and the misty veil of the rain. Drawn by the allure of discovery, I ventured into the alley, the sound of my footsteps echoing off the stone, a solitary refrain in the quiet of the night. The alley wound its way like a forgotten stream, leading me to a courtyard hidden from the eyes of the world, a secret garden untouched by time. In the center of this sanctuary, bathed in the ethereal glow of the moonlight filtering through the rain, stood a statue of exquisite craftsmanship. It depicted a figure, neither entirely human nor celestial, its features carved with such precision and emotion that it seemed to pulse with life, trapped in a moment of silent contemplation. As I approached, drawn by the statue's enigmatic beauty, the air around me grew charged with a palpable energy, the boundary between the material and the mystical blurring. The rain intensified, its droplets dancing around the statue, weaving patterns that spoke of ancient magics and forgotten pacts. It was then that the impossible unfolded before my eyes. The statue began to move, its stone surface rippling like water, as if awakening from a long slumber. The figure stepped down from its pedestal, its gaze locking with mine, a connection forged across the chasm of belief and reality. The being spoke, its voice a melody that resonated with the very essence of the rain, telling tales of worlds beyond our own, of civilizations that thrived in harmony with the forces of nature, and of the role I was to play in bridging the gap between these realms. The encounter, surreal and profound, challenged everything I thought I knew. It was a revelation, a call to adventure that could not be ignored. As the figure vanished, leaving no trace but the rain-soaked earth, I was left to ponder the path that lay ahead, a journey not just of exploration but of transformation. The city, with all its hidden wonders and mysteries, had revealed to me a story that transcended the boundaries of imagination, a narrative that intertwined the fabric of the known and the unknown, setting the stage for a quest that would alter the course of my destiny. In the aftermath of the encounter with the being that had stepped out from the stone, the world around me seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the veil between the seen and unseen to fall back into place. Yet for me, that veil had been irreversibly lifted, revealing a panorama of possibilities where magic and reality intertwined, where every drop of rain whispered secrets of ancient wisdom and forgotten realms. I wandered back through the alley, the echo of my steps a testament to the profound solitude and exhilaration that filled me. The city around me, once familiar, now thrummed with a hidden life, a tapestry of stories waiting to be discovered beneath its modern veneer. The rain, a constant companion, felt like a conduit between worlds, a purveyor of mysteries that danced on the edge of comprehension. The being's words, though vanished into the night, lingered in my heart, a call to action that resonated with the very core of my being. It spoke of a journey not just across the physical landscape but through the realms of the soul and spirit, a quest to uncover truths so ancient they had been lost to the annals of time. Compelled by this encounter, I began to seek out the city's forgotten corners, its hidden sanctuaries, and silent witnesses to history. Each place revealed its own secrets, each story a thread in the larger web of cosmic lore that I was slowly unraveling. The rain, ever present, became my guide, leading me to portals and pathways shrouded in mystery, where the thin barriers between worlds grew even thinner. This quest, born from a moment of unexplained magic, transformed my understanding of the universe and my place within it. It was a journey of discovery that transcended the mundane, pushing the boundaries of belief and inviting me to step into a world where magic was not just possible but palpable, woven into the fabric of reality. As I delved deeper into this newfound reality, the distinction between myth and truth, legend and history, began to blur, revealing a universe rich with wonder and fraught with danger. Each step forward was a step into the unknown, a leap of faith into a realm where the forces of nature and the echoes of the past shaped the destiny of not just individuals, but of worlds. Story 13. The rain had always been a herald of change for me, a precursor to moments that would alter the course of my life in unforeseen ways. It was under the cloak of a torrential downpour that I found myself at the threshold of an abandoned estate, its gates long rusted, its grounds overrun by the relentless advance of nature. The estate, rumored to be haunted, held a fascination for the local populace, a mixture of fear and curiosity that had grown into legends whispered on rainy nights. Driven by a blend of skepticism and a thirst for adventure, I pushed open the gate, its creak a solemn greeting to an intruder of its solitude. The path to the main house was a labyrinth of overgrown gardens and statues that bore the silent witness to a bygone era of opulence and tragedy. As I approached the house, the rain seemed to pause, as if granting me passage into the heart of its mystery. The air was thick with anticipation, or perhaps it was just the weight of history that hung over the place. I entered, the door swinging open with a groan that echoed through the empty halls. Inside, the remnants of grandeur lived on in the faded tapestry, the dust-covered chandeliers, and the portraits that lined the walls, their eyes following my every move. It was in the ballroom that I encountered her, a figure from the past, her apparition as clear as the rain outside, dancing alone in the remnants of splendor. Her story unfolded in whispers, carried on the air that moved through the shattered windows, a tale of love lost and a curse that bound her to these halls. She spoke of the nights when the rain would fall, how it mirrored her eternal sorrow, and of her search for release, for a soul brave enough to unravel the mystery and break the chains that held her to this earthly realm. The encounter, ethereal and haunting, was a dance with the past, a step into a story that had been locked away in the heart of the estate. It was a call to adventure, to delve into the legends and uncover the truth behind the tales, to give voice to the silence that had enshrouded the place. As I left the estate, the rain resumed its song, a refrain that now held a promise of discovery, of battles with unseen forces, and of a quest to free a soul from its earthly bonds. The estate, with its ghosts and secrets, had become a chapter in my own story, a narrative intertwined with the mysteries of the rain and the shadows it cast on the world of man. The legacy of the estate, entwined with whispers of its past grandeur and the shadows of sorrow that lingered within its walls, beckoned me deeper into its heart. As I ventured further, the stories of the apparition, her eternal dance in the silence of the ballroom, seemed to animate the very air, imbuing the derelict surroundings with a melancholic vitality. The rain, ever present, seemed to weep for the estate's lost beauty, for the tales of love and loss embedded in its decay. My encounter with the spectral dancer had ignited a flame of curiosity, a desire to peel back the layers of legend and unearth the truths that lay buried beneath. The estate, a character in its own right, held the keys to a narrative that transcended time, a narrative of passion, betrayal, and a curse that had woven a tapestry of despair. Armed with resolve and a sense of purpose, I delved into the archives, seeking to unravel the mystery that the estate harbored. The more I uncovered, the more the line between the past and present blurred, revealing a story that was as much a part of me as it was of the estate. It was a tale not just of spectral hauntings, but of human emotions, of the depth of love and the darkness of regret. The rain, relentless in its pursuit, mirrored my own determination to bring light to the shadows, to offer solace to the soul trapped in perpetual sorrow. Each visit to the estate became a step closer to understanding, a journey not just through the physical remnants of its history, but through the emotional landscape that had shaped its legacy. As I pieced together the puzzle, the estate transformed before my eyes, no longer a relic of the past, but a bridge to the unseen, a place where the veil between worlds thinned, and the echoes of the past spoke with clarity. The dance of the apparition, once a haunting reminder of the estate's curse, became a symbol of hope, of the possibility of redemption and release. In the end, the quest to free the spirit from her earthly bonds became a journey of self-discovery, a realization that the stories we seek are not just about the ghosts that haunt old estates, but about the ghosts within us, the untold stories and unhealed wounds that we carry. Story 14. The evening air was crisp, the scent of rain fresh on the breeze, hinting at a storm lurking on the horizon. It was a perfect night for a walk, a chance to clear my head and find solace in the rhythm of my steps against the cobblestone streets of the old town. Little did I know, this walk would lead me to a crossroads, not just of paths but of fates, where the fabric of reality would once again be challenged. As I wandered, the first drops of rain began to fall, gentle at first, then with increasing urgency, urging me to seek shelter. That's when I saw it, an old bookshop tucked away in an alcove, its windows aglow with a welcoming light, breeze drawn by the allure of discovery and the promise of protection from the impending downpour. I stepped inside. The bookshop was a realm of its own, a labyrinth of shelves laden with tomes that whispered secrets of ages past and worlds beyond. The air was thick with the scent of paper and ink, a fragrance that spoke of magic and mystery. It was here, among the relics of knowledge and fantasy, that I met her, the keeper of the bookshop, a guardian of the threshold between the known and the unknown. She welcomed me with a smile, a gesture that seemed to acknowledge my arrival as a predestined event. With a knowing look, she guided me through the aisles, each step a passage through time, until we arrived at a section that seemed to pulsate with a hidden energy. Here, she said, were books that held the power to transcend the boundaries of imagination, to transport their reader to realms where the laws of nature bowed to the whims of magic. As the storm raged outside, she shared tales of those who had dared to delve into these books, of journeys that had changed them in ways both profound and inexplicable. Her words were an invitation, a challenge to embark on a quest of my own, to explore the depths of the unknown and discover the wonders that lay beyond the veil of reality. With each tale, the bookshop transformed, the storm outside a distant echo, as if the very act of storytelling had woven a protective spell around us. It was a night of revelations, of opening doors to possibilities I had never dared to dream of. As I left the bookshop, the storm had passed, leaving the world washed anew. But the journey that lay ahead was just beginning, a journey not just of exploration but of transformation, guided by the stories that bridged the gap between the seen and the unseen, the ordinary and the extraordinary. The bookshop, nestled in the heart of the storm-ravaged night, had become a sanctuary of the extraordinary, a beacon for those who, like me, were drawn to the allure of the unknown. As I stepped back into the night, the world around me seemed altered, as if the very fabric of reality had been shifted, ever so slightly, by the tales and promises that had unfolded within those ancient walls. The keeper of the bookshop, with her tales of otherworldly journeys and books that served as portals to realms undreamed of, had ignited a spark of possibility within me. Her words, imbued with the weight of knowledge and the light of untold worlds, resonated deep within my soul, stirring a hunger for discovery that could not be sated by the mundane. With the book she had entrusted to me in hand, a tome whose pages seemed to glow with an inner light, I embarked on a journey that transcended the boundaries of my imagination. The stories within its pages were not mere fiction, but gateways to experiences that defied explanation, each word a step on a path that wombed through the essence of magic and mystery. As I delved deeper into the book, the line between reader and adventurer blurred, each chapter a leap into the unknown, where time flowed like a river and the laws of nature were but suggestions. The tales I encountered were not just stories but lived experiences, moments of connection with beings and worlds that challenged my understanding of possibility. The rain, once a simple meteorological phenomenon, became a symbol of the fluidity of reality, a reminder of the thin veil that separates the ordinary from the extraordinary. Each droplet carried the echo of the bookshop keeper's voice, a whisper of encouragement to push further, to explore deeper. The bookshop, with its guardian of tales and its shelves teeming with doorways to the fantastical, had offered me a glimpse into the infinite, a taste of the boundless potential that lay just beyond the edge of reality. It was a gift beyond measure, a challenge to see the world not as it is but as it could be, through the lens of wonder and the heart of a seeker. As I closed the book, the adventure it had taken me on did not end but continued within me, a perpetual journey of discovery and awe. The bookshop and its keeper had opened my eyes to the magic that permeates the world, hidden in plain sight, waiting for those brave enough to seek it. Story 15. The night was alive with whispers of change, the air charged with anticipation, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. Amidst this symphony of silent expectation, I found myself drawn to an ancient forest that bordered the city, a place where the modern world faded into the shadows of towering trees and untold secrets. As I ventured deeper into the forest, the city lights dimmed behind me, replaced by the soft luminescence of fireflies and the glow of the moon filtering through the dense canopy. The forest was a living entity, breathing and watching, its ancient presence both comforting and daunting. It was here, in the heart of this primeval sanctuary, that I stumbled upon a clearing, where the moonlight danced upon a pool of water so clear it seemed to be made of liquid silver. At the water's edge stood a figure, ethereal and radiant, her presence an embodiment of the forest's timeless beauty. She spoke, and her voice was like the rustle of leaves, a melody that seemed to resonate with the very soul of the forest. She told of a time when the boundary between the human and the natural world was porous, when magic flowed freely between the trees and those who dwelled within their shelter. Her tales were of harmony and discord, of moments when the forest opened its heart to those who sought its wisdom, and of times when it withdrew, wounded by the carelessness of man. She spoke of the guardians of the forest, beings of light and shadow, tasked with preserving the balance, ensuring that the sanctity of this ancient place remained untarnished. As she wove her narratives, the forest around us seemed to lean in, listening and whispering, the wind carrying stories of its own. The clearing, illuminated by the ethereal light, became a crossroads of worlds, a meeting place of past and present, where the veil between the seen and the unseen grew thin. The encounter, mystical and profound, was a reminder of the deep connections that bind us to the natural world, of the responsibilities we bear towards its preservation, and of the magic that lies in the communion between humanity and the earth. It was a call to remember and to honor the ancient pacts that once governed the harmony between all living things. As I left the clearing, the forest's embrace lingered, a promise of protection and a warning of the consequences of forgetfulness. The night, once a canvas of stillness, now echoed with the voices of the forest, a symphony of the ancient and the eternal, urging us to listen, to learn, and to respect the delicate balance of our world. The ancient forest, with its whispered secrets and moonlit clearings, had unveiled a world where the threads of magic and reality are intricately woven together, each tree, each leaf, a testament to the profound bond between the earth and its inhabitants. The ethereal figure by the pool, a guardian of this verdant realm, had opened a door to understanding the delicate dance of coexistence, the symbiotic relationship that sustains the fabric of life itself. Her stories, echoing through the canopy, were not mere tales but lessons etched in the heart of the forest, narratives that span the ages, speaking of times when the world was young and the bond between man and nature was unbroken. She spoke of the guardian's role, not as overseers but as partners in the stewardship of the earth, a reminder that the magic of the forest is not a resource to be exploited but a sacred trust to be honored. As I navigated my way back through the forest, the path illuminated by the celestial glow of the moon and the soft luminescence of fireflies, a sense of purpose filled me. The encounter had been a call to action, an invitation to rekindle the ancient connection that once flourished between humanity and the natural world, to rediscover the magic that flows in the unseen veins of the earth. The forest, with its ancient wisdom and timeless beauty, had shown me that the magic we often seek in tales and legends is real and present, woven into the very essence of life. It resides in the harmony of ecosystems, in the cycle of seasons, and in the intricate patterns of existence that connect every living being. This journey through the forest was more than a walk through nature, it was a pilgrimage to the heart of creation, a journey that challenged the boundaries of my understanding and expanded the horizons of my spirit. The lessons learned in the presence of the forest guardian were a blueprint for living in harmony with the earth, a guide for navigating the complexities of the modern world while honoring the ancient pacts that bind us to the natural realm. Emerging from the forest, the world seemed transformed, as if the veil of routine had been lifted to reveal the underlying enchantment of existence. The rain, the trees, the wind all spoke a language of unity and interdependence, a call to embrace the magic that surrounds us, waiting for those with the heart to see and the spirit to understand. Story 16. Under a sky heavy with the promise of rain, I ventured into the heart of an ancient city, its streets lined with buildings that whispered tales of centuries past. The air was thick with the scent of impending rain, a precursor to the storm that would soon envelop the city in its embrace. It was amidst this anticipation of nature's impending display that I stumbled upon an old clock tower, standing stoic against the passage of time, its face a silent observer of the city's transformation. Compelled by an inexplicable pull, I found my way to the base of the tower, its door slightly ajar, as if inviting me into its hidden depths. Inside, the tick of the ancient clockwork was a steady heartbeat, echoing through the spiraling staircase that led to the tower's summit. With each step, the whispers of time grew louder, a chorus of moments that had passed and those yet to come. At the summit, the city lay spread below me, a tapestry of light and shadow, history and modernity intertwined. There, amidst the gears and cogs of the clockwork, I encountered the Keeper of Time, an enigmatic figure whose eyes held the depth of ages, a guardian of the moments that stitched the fabric of existence together. The Keeper spoke of the clock tower not just as a keeper of hours, but as a portal through which the flow of time could be observed and understood, a place where the linear constraints of time dissolved into the cyclical rhythms of the universe. He shared tales of civilizations that rose and fell with the hands of the clock, of heroes whose deeds were immortalized in the chime of the hour, and of silent moments that held the weight of eternity. As the storm broke outside, the rain cascading down the windows of the tower, our conversation turned to the nature of time itself, a force both construct and reality, a stream in which we swim, conscious of its flow yet unable to grasp its true depth. The tower, the Keeper explained, was a lighthouse in the tempest of time, a beacon for those seeking to navigate the waters of past, present, and future. The encounter within the clock tower, high above the rain-soaked streets of the ancient city, was a journey through the heart of time, a reminder that each tick of the clock is a note in the symphony of the universe, a call to embrace the beauty of the moment and the mystery of the morrow. As I descended the tower, the city below me seemed to pulse with a new rhythm, a song of time and rain, of moments captured and released, an eternal dance of existence that I had been privileged to witness. The clock tower, standing as a sentinel over the city, had always been a landmark of architectural beauty and historical significance, yet its true essence was revealed only to those who ventured within, to the heart where time itself seemed to converge. The Keeper of Time, with his tales that spanned the epochs, had opened a doorway to understanding that transcended the mere passage of seconds and hours. In his company, the concept of time expanded and contracted, an elastic tapestry woven from the threads of human experience and cosmic cycles. As the storm outside painted the city with strokes of lightning and the drumbeat of rain, inside the clock tower, time stood still, or perhaps it flowed in all directions, a river escaping its banks. The Keeper's narratives were not just stories, they were keys to unlocking the mysteries of existence, illustrating how each moment held infinite possibilities and every tick of the clock was a universe in itself. Our conversation, punctuated by the sonorous chimes marking the hour, delved into the philosophical and the mystical. We spoke of the illusion of linearity, the human constructs that bind us to a chronological progression, and the freedom found in recognizing the cyclical nature of time, mirroring the natural world's rhythms. The clock tower, with its gears and mechanisms, was a metaphor for the cosmos, each movement a reflection of celestial orbits, a mechanical harmony that echoed the music of the spheres. The Keeper, guardian of this sacred knowledge, was both a historian and a sage, guiding me through the labyrinth of time, showing me the intersections of fate and free will, of destiny and choice. As the storm abated and the first light of dawn began to pierce the rain clouds, the city below awakened to a new day, oblivious to the journey I had undertaken within the confines of the clock tower. Yet, for me, the world would never be the same. Time, once a relentless pursuer, had become a companion, its passage a landscape to be explored with wonder and reverence. Stepping out of the tower, the fresh scent of rain on the ancient stones, I carried with me the profound insights of the night, a renewed appreciation for the moments that comprise our lives, and a deeper understanding of the cycles that guide the universe. The clock tower, a beacon of time, had bestowed upon me a gift beyond measure, the realization that within every tick and tock lies the heartbeat of eternity, a reminder to cherish the now, even as we journey through the endless spiral of time. Story 17. The forest's edge was shrouded in fog, a veil that separated the known from the unseen, a boundary between the world of man and the realms of myth. It was here, under the canopy of ancient trees, that I began a journey not of distance but of understanding, a quest into the heart of nature and the secrets it harbors. With each step into the forest, the sounds of civilization faded, replaced by the symphony of the wild, the rustle of leaves, the murmur of hidden streams, and the distant call of creatures that dwelled within. The air was alive with the scent of earth and rain, a primal fragrance that awakened a deep connection to the natural world, a reminder of our shared origins. It was in this place of timeless beauty and mystery that I encountered the guardian of the forest, a being that seemed to embody the essence of the wild, its appearance shifting like the shadows and light that played across the forest floor. The guardian spoke, its voice a whisper that carried the weight of the ancient earth, a call that resonated with the very core of my being. The tales it shared were of the forest's heart, of the delicate balance that sustained its life, of the cycles of growth and decay, and of the spirits that walked its paths, unseen by mortal eyes. These stories were not just narratives but lessons in the intricate web of life, a web in which we are inextricably entwined, participants in a dance that spanned millennia. As the guardian led me deeper into the forest, the boundary between the physical and the mystical blurred, the fog a curtain that revealed wonders, a glade where the moonlight gathered in pools of silver, ancient trees that whispered secrets of the ages, and clearings where the stars seemed to touch the earth. The journey through the forest was a revelation, a shedding of the illusions of separation and superiority, revealing a truth that had been forgotten, a truth that we are but one thread in the fabric of life, and connected to the earth and all its inhabitants by bonds of shared existence and mutual dependence. Emerging from the forest, the world seemed transformed, not because it had changed, but because I had. The forest, with its guardian and its mysteries, had bestowed upon me a vision of unity and harmony, a call to protect and cherish the natural world, to honor the ancient pacts that bound us to the earth and to each other in a sacred circle of life. As I left the embrace of the ancient forest, the lessons imparted by its guardian resonated within me, echoing like the call of the wild that refuses to be silenced. The forest had peeled away the layers of my perception, revealing a world vibrant with life and whispers of ancient wisdom, where every leaf and stone told a story of interconnectedness and mutual respect. This communion with the natural realm was not just a journey through the physical space, but a profound voyage into the depths of the soul, where the true essence of being resides. In the days that followed, the forest's call lingered, a siren song that beckoned me back to its verdant halls, urging me to delve deeper into the mysteries it harbored. It became clear that the encounter with the forest guardian was not a mere chance, but a destined meeting, a pivotal point marking the beginning of a quest that transcended the mundane. The guardian, a manifestation of the forest's spirit, had unveiled to me the delicate tapestry of life, a complex weave of existence that spans beyond human understanding, where each thread is vital to the whole. This revelation was a clarion call to stewardship, a reminder of the sacred duty bestowed upon us to guard the natural world, to preserve its sanctity for generations to come. As the echo of the forest's wisdom permeated my being, I embarked on a mission to share its teachings, to be a voice for the voiceless, advocating for the protection of our planet's last wild places. The stories of the forest, its guardians, and the spirits that dwelled within became my testament, a narrative that sought to awaken the inherent connection we all share with the earth, to rekindle the bond that modernity has strained but could never sever. This newfound purpose fueled my endeavors, driving me to explore further, to seek out other realms where the natural and mystical converge, where the guardians of earth, air, water, and fire impart their wisdom to those willing to listen. Each journey, each encounter, wove a richer understanding of the world and our place within it, a mosaic of experiences that painted a portrait of unity and diversity, of harmony and balance. Emerging from the shadow of the forest, the world appeared anew, bathed in the light of knowledge and the hope of reconciliation. The lessons learned within the ancient woodland were not just for me but for all, a shared heritage that calls us to action, to protect, to honor, and to love the earth with the fervor it deserves. Story 18. On a night when the stars seemed to whisper secrets to those who dared listen, I found myself wandering the shores of a forgotten lake, its surface a mirror reflecting the cosmos above. The air was charged with an ethereal energy, a palpable sense of otherworldliness that blurred the lines between the natural and the supernatural. It was here, on this liminal boundary, that I would encounter a being not of this world, a celestial guardian whose presence would challenge the very foundations of my beliefs. The guardian appeared before me as if woven from the night sky, a tapestry of darkness and light, its form shifting and shimmering like the constellations. It spoke in a language that transcended words, a symphony of thoughts and images that resonated deep within my soul. Its message was clear: the universe is vast and ancient, a continuum of creation and destruction, where worlds are born and perish in the blink of an eye. The tales it shared were of cosmic scales, of civilizations that had reached the stars, of the delicate balance that governs the dance of galaxies, and of the thread that connects all forms of life across the endless expanse of space. This encounter, under the canopy of the night, was a revelation, a glimpse into the infinite that stretched beyond the confines of earthly understanding. The guardian of the stars, a sentinel of the cosmos, imparted wisdom of a universal truth, that in the grand tapestry of the universe, every life, every action, contributes to the harmonic balance of the whole. It revealed that our planet, a mere speck in the vastness of space, is a jewel of life, a sanctuary that must be protected and cherished. As the first light of dawn began to breach the horizon, the celestial guardian faded into the morning glow, leaving behind a sense of awe and a profound responsibility. The encounter had expanded my perspective, revealing that our connection to the universe is not just through the stars we observe, but through the very essence of our being. Armed with this cosmic insight, I returned from the shores of the forgotten lake transformed, a messenger of the stars, tasked with sharing the universal truths that bind us to the cosmos. The journey had been a pilgrimage to the edge of understanding, a voyage that reaffirmed our place within the vast web of existence, a call to live in harmony with the universe and its myriad wonders. As dawn cast its first light over the tranquil waters of the lake, the celestial guardian's departure left a lingering sense of unity with the cosmos, a profound realization of our interconnectedness with all of existence. This encounter, though fleeting, had imprinted upon me a cosmic perspective, illuminating the delicate fabric that weaves together the destiny of the universe with the fate of our own planet. The Guardian's message resonated as a clarion call to stewardship, not only of the Earth but of the vast expanse of the cosmos. It underscored our responsibility to live in harmony with the natural world, to protect the fragile balance that sustains life across the myriad worlds that dot the celestial sea. The tales of distant civilizations and the universal truths shared by the Guardian were a testament to the possibilities that lie within our reach, should we choose to embrace our role as caretakers of the cosmic order. In the days that followed, the world seemed anew, charged with an unseen energy. The stars, once distant points of light, now felt like beacons guiding my path, each one a story, a life, a part of the grand symphony of existence. The night sky, a canvas of infinite depth, became a source of inspiration and wonder, a reminder of the boundless potential that lies within us to explore, understand, and protect the universe and its mysteries. This newfound understanding propelled me on a journey of discovery and advocacy, to share the Guardian's message with the world, to inspire a collective awakening to our cosmic heritage. I embarked on a mission to bridge the gap between science and spirituality, to reveal the interconnectedness of all things, from the smallest particle to the grandest galaxy, and to promote a vision of the future where humanity lives in alignment with the universal principles of balance, harmony, and respect for life in all its forms. As I shared the tales of the celestial guardian, of the forgotten lake, and of the cosmic truths unveiled, a community of like-minded souls began to gather, drawn together by a shared desire to explore the mysteries of the universe and to safeguard its splendor for generations to come. Together we forged a new narrative, one that honored the legacy of the past while forging a path toward a sustainable future, guided by the wisdom of the stars and the enduring spirit of exploration that defines the human journey. Story 19. In the shadow of an ancient mountain, where the air holds the chill of mysteries untold, I found myself at the entrance to a cave, its mouth a portal to the depths of the earth. The mountain, revered by locals as the dwelling of spirits both benevolent and malevolent, had always been a source of fascination and fear. Yet, driven by an insatiable curiosity and a quest for knowledge, I ventured into the heart of the mountain, into the darkness that promised enlightenment or oblivion. The cave, a labyrinth of stone and silence, wound its way into the belly of the mountain, a descent into the primal womb of the earth. With each step, the light of the outside world dimmed, replaced by the glow of bioluminescent fungi that painted the cave walls in hues of otherworldly blues and greens. The air was thick with the scent of mineral and moisture, a palpable presence that enveloped me, whispering tales of the ancient past. It was here, in the sanctum of the earth, that I encountered the guardian of the mountain, a being of stone and spirit, its form carved from the very rock it protected. The guardian spoke in a language that reverberated through the stone, a dialect of the deep earth, telling tales of the mountain's birth from the fires of creation, of the creatures that called its heart home, and of the sacred power that pulsed within its core. The tales were a mosaic of the earth's memory, a chronicle of the cycles of life and death that played out in the darkness, of the treasures hidden in the depths, and of the balance that must be maintained to preserve the sanctity of this ancient place. The guardian's message was clear: the mountain was a keeper of secrets, a steward of the earth's ancient wisdom, and a sanctuary for those who sought to understand the fundamental truths of existence. As I emerged from the cave, the world outside seemed transformed, as if I had been reborn from the depths of the mountain, infused with the knowledge and spirit of the earth. The encounter had been a pilgrimage to the heart of the mountain, a journey that challenged the limits of my understanding and expanded my consciousness to embrace the mysteries of the natural world. The mountain, with its guardian and its hidden realms, had bestowed upon me a gift of perspective, a reminder of our deep connection to the earth and our shared responsibility to protect its ancient wisdom. Story 21. As dawn's first light breached the horizon, casting a golden hue over the landscape, I embarked upon a journey into the heart of an enchanted forest, rumored to be home to beings of legend and lore. This forest, shrouded in mystery and veiled in the mists of time, was said to be a threshold between the worlds, a place where the veil between the mundane and the magical was at its thinnest. Guided by the whispers of the wind and the call of the wild, I ventured deeper into the forest, where the light filtered through the canopy in ethereal beams, illuminating the path ahead. The air was alive with the vibrancy of nature, a symphony of sounds and scents that awakened a primal connection to the earth and its ancient rhythms. It was here, in a clearing bathed in the soft light of dawn, that I encountered the forest guardian, a being of ethereal beauty and ancient power, whose presence commanded the reverence of all the forest's inhabitants. The guardian spoke of the sacred bond between the forest and those who tread its paths with respect, of the balance that must be maintained to ensure the harmony of all life within its bounds. The tales shared by the guardian were of a time when humanity and nature lived in seamless unity, of the wisdom imparted by the trees and the streams, and of the guardianship entrusted to those who understood the sacredness of this bond. These stories, woven from the essence of the natural world, offered a glimpse into a way of being that revered the sanctity of life and recognized the interconnectedness of all existence. As the guardian's voice echoed through the clearing, the forest around us seemed to lean in, listening, a testament to the deep connection that existed between the guardian and the realm it protected. The encounter, transcendent and illuminating, was a call to awaken to the magic that resides in the natural world, to remember our role as stewards of the earth, and to rekindle the ancient pact between humanity and the guardians of the wild. Emerging from the forest, the world beyond its borders seemed transformed, as if the encounter had lifted a veil, revealing the enchantment that lies just beyond the edge of perception. The journey through the forest was not just a trek through the physical landscape, but a voyage into the soul of the earth, a reminder of the deep, abiding connection that binds us to the natural world and to the magic that dwells within. The revelations bestowed upon me by the forest guardian, amidst the ancient trees where time seemed to stand still, ignited a profound transformation within. This ethereal encounter unveiled a realm where every leaf and stream whispered secrets of old, where the wind carried messages from spirits long past, and where the earth itself breathed life into the stories of yore. As I ventured forth, the guardian's tales unfurled a tapestry of the forest's soul, revealing its role not merely as a haven of biodiversity but as a sanctuary of wisdom and magic. The forest, I learned, was a keeper of equilibrium, its existence pivotal to the fabric of life. Its guardian, a sentinel of this delicate balance, stood as a bridge between the human and the ethereal, a mediator of the ancient pact forged between nature and mankind. This pact, the guardian elucidated, was born of a mutual respect and understanding, a commitment to preserve the sanctity of the natural world. It was an alliance that acknowledged humanity's stewardship over the land, a responsibility to protect and nurture the earth that sustains us. The guardian's voice, resonant with the force of life itself, implored me to heed this sacred duty, to become a guardian in my own right, an advocate for the preservation of the enchanted realm and its ancient wisdom. The guardian's wisdom, like seeds sown in fertile soil, took root in my heart, awakening a sense of duty to safeguard the magic and mystery of the natural world. The forest, with its myriad voices and vibrant life, became a symbol of the interconnectedness of all things, a living testament to the beauty and complexity of life. As I emerged from the embrace of the forest, the dawning light seemed to cast the world in a new hue, illuminating the path ahead with the promise of discovery and renewal. The encounter with the forest guardian had bestowed upon me a sacred charge, to carry forth the tales of the enchanted forest, to share its wisdom and beauty, and to champion the cause of conservation and reverence for the natural world. This journey into the heart of the enchanted forest was a pilgrimage of the soul, a quest that bridged the realms of the mortal and the divine, offering a glimpse into a world where magic and reality coalesce. It was a voyage that reaffirmed the bond between humanity and the earth, a call to honor the ancient pact that binds us to the guardians of the wild, and a reminder of the enchantment that lies in wait for those who venture forth with open hearts and awakened spirits. Story 22. Under the canopy of an endless night sky, where stars painted stories across the cosmos, I set sail across the dark waters of the unknown. My vessel, a modest craft born of age-old dreams and the thirst for discovery, cut through the waves with a silent determination, guided by the celestial map etched in the heavens above. The sea, a mirror to the sky, reflected the constellations in its depths, a cosmic dance of light and shadow. It was on this voyage, under the watchful gaze of the universe, that I would find myself at the crossroads of destiny and desire, where the tales of seafarers and stargazers converged in a symphony of adventure and mystery. Guided by the lore of ancient mariners and the whispers of the wind, my journey took me to uncharted waters, where the veil between the mortal realm and the domain of the gods thinned, revealing secrets long kept from the eyes of man. It was here, amidst the tempest of creation and the calm of the abyss, that I encountered the celestial navigator, a being of light and wisdom, whose presence commanded the elements and whose knowledge spanned the eons. The navigator, a custodian of the cosmic pathways and the guardian of the celestial secrets, shared with me the tales of the universe's birth, of worlds beyond imagination, and of the eternal quest for knowledge and understanding. These tales, woven from the fabric of the cosmos, revealed the interconnectedness of all existence, the harmony that governs the dance of celestial bodies, and the indelible link between the human spirit and the vastness of the universe. As the navigator's tales unfolded, the night sky above transformed, a celestial theater where the stories of the cosmos came to life, illustrating the cycles of life, death, and rebirth that define the universe. This encounter, set against the backdrop of the infinite, was a revelation, a journey that transcended the physical boundaries of the world and touched the essence of existence itself. Emerging from this odyssey across the dark waters, under the canopy of the cosmos, I was changed. The journey had not only unveiled the mysteries of the universe, but had also revealed the depth of the human connection to the cosmos, a bond forged in the crucible of creation and nurtured by the shared journey of discovery. The voyage was a call to explore, to seek out the wonders of the universe, and to embrace the role of seeker and guardian, a steward of the celestial mysteries and the tales that bind us to the stars. It was a reminder that within us lies the spirit of adventure, the desire to know the unknown, and the potential to journey beyond the horizons of our understanding, into the heart of the cosmos itself. The sea's embrace, under the vast expanse of the cosmos, became a crucible for transformation, where the essence of adventure melded with the quest for cosmic understanding. The celestial navigator, with wisdom as boundless as the universe, guided this journey not merely through the dark waters but across the very fabric of existence, revealing the intricate dance of celestial bodies and the eternal stories they weave. This voyage, a pilgrimage across the boundless sea and into the depths of the cosmos, was imbued with a profound sense of unity with the universe. It unveiled the fundamental truths of our existence, that we are not mere observers of the cosmos but integral parts of its grand narrative, participants in its ongoing creation and evolution. The tales of ancient mariners and the paths charted by the stars became metaphors for the human journey, reflecting our inherent desire to explore, to understand, and to connect. The navigator's revelations illuminated the interconnectedness of all life, the cosmic symphony in which every star, every planet, and every living being plays a crucial part. This knowledge, ancient yet ever new, resonated with the deepest yearnings of the soul, a call to explore not only the physical realms but also the vast landscapes of the spirit and the mind. As the journey progressed, the boundaries between the known and the unknown blurred, where myths became maps to hidden truths, and the stars themselves offered guidance to secrets veiled in the darkness of space. The sea, a mirror to the night sky, reflected the infinite possibilities that lay within and beyond, a canvas upon which the stories of the universe unfolded. Returning from this odyssey, the world I knew was transformed. The night sky, once a tapestry of distant lights, now appeared as a familiar guide, a reminder of the journey that had bridged the realms of the earth and the heavens, of the mortal and the divine. The celestial navigator's wisdom, like a beacon in the dark, illuminated the path forward, a journey that would forever seek the harmony between humanity and the cosmos, between our earthly existence and our celestial aspirations. This voyage across the dark waters under the watchful eyes of the universe was more than an exploration, it was an awakening, a realization of our place in the cosmic dance, and a reaffirmation of our quest to understand the mysteries that bind us to the stars and to each other. Story 23. In the shadow of twilight, where the world blurs into shades of dusk, I wandered through an ancient city, its streets lined with the echoes of 1,000 years. The city, a labyrinth of history and mystery, whispered stories of empires risen and fallen, of secrets buried beneath its cobblestone streets, and of legends that walked its alleys like ghosts of the past. It was here, amidst the relics of bygone eras, that I felt the pull of an unseen thread, leading me to the heart of the city, where an ancient library stood as a sentinel of knowledge, its spire piercing the evening sky. The library, rumored to house the wisdom of the ages, was a beacon for seekers, a haven for those who yearned to uncover the truths hidden within the pages of time. As I entered its hallowed halls, the weight of history enveloped me, the air thick with the scent of old books and ancient spells. The library was not merely a collection of texts, but a gateway to worlds unseen, a repository of magic and lore that transcended the mundane. Within its walls, the barriers between reality and myth dissolved, revealing a tapestry of tales that spanned the spectrum of human imagination. Guided by the soft glow of lanterns, I explored the labyrinthine aisles, each book a portal, each scroll a map to realms beyond. It was here, in the library's most ancient chamber, that I encountered the keeper of the arcane, a guardian of the library's sacred texts, and the arbiter of its mysteries. The keeper, shrouded in robes of twilight, beckoned me closer, offering a glimpse into the library's heart, where the most powerful secrets were safeguarded. The tales shared by the keeper were of magic that shaped the world, of heroes whose deeds became legend, and of knowledge so profound it held the power to transform the very fabric of reality. These stories, woven from the essence of magic and the depths of human courage, offered a vision of the world not as it was but as it could be, a world where the arcane and the mundane intertwined in an endless dance of possibility. As the night deepened, the library around us seemed to come alive, its ancient texts whispering in the quiet, a symphony of knowledge that echoed through the ages. The encounter with the keeper of the arcane was a journey beyond the veil of the ordinary, an initiation into the mysteries that lay at the heart of existence, and a call to embrace the magic that dwells within and all around us. Emerging from the library, the ancient city wrapped in the embrace of night, I carried with me the tales of the arcane, a renewed sense of wonder, and a profound understanding of the magic that binds the universe. The journey through the ancient library was not just a quest for knowledge, but a pilgrimage to the soul of the world, a reminder of the enduring power of stories to inspire, to heal, and to transform. Carrying the wisdom of the ancient library deep within my soul, I walked the cobbled streets under a blanket of stars, the city's whispers now like a chorus guiding my every step. The keeper's tales, rich with the alchemy of ages, had not only unveiled a realm where the fabric of reality was interwoven with threads of magic, but also instilled in me a sacred duty to share these revelations that should become a beacon of light in an era that teetered on the brink of forgetting the enchantments that underpin our world. The library, a vault of arcane knowledge and ancient wisdom, had transformed from a sanctuary of silence into a living entity, its heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the universe itself. Each tome I had touched, every scroll I had unfurled, was a covenant between the past and the present, an agreement that the mysteries they contained would not languish in obscurity but breathe life into the future. As dawn began to paint the horizon with hues of promise, I realized that my journey through the ancient city was not the end, but the beginning of a quest that spanned beyond the confines of time and space. Armed with the knowledge that the arcane and the mundane are but reflections of each other mirrored across the expanse of existence, I was compelled to venture further, to explore the boundaries of the known and to seek the wisdom that lay hidden in the shadows of the world. The tales of heroes and legends, once confined to the pages of ancient texts, now resonated as living testaments to the power of the human spirit, to the courage and resolve that shape our destinies. These stories, entrusted to me by the Keeper of the Arcane, were not merely narratives of the past but blueprints for a future where magic and humanity could once again coexist in harmony, where the wonders of the arcane could illuminate the path towards enlightenment and unity. With the city behind me and the vast unknown stretching out before me, I set my sights on distant lands, on realms whispered about in the tales of old. Each step forward was a step into legend, a journey not just across the earth but into the depths of the soul, where the true magic of existence awaited discovery. The world, vast and mysterious, called to me, its secrets veiled in the mists of time and space, inviting me to unravel its mysteries and to claim my place in the eternal dance of creation and discovery. The ancient library, with its keeper and its boundless wisdom, had awakened within me a hunger for exploration, a desire to bridge the gap between the seen and the unseen, and to weave the tales of tomorrow from the threads of the past and the possibilities of the future. Story 24. In the realm of Eldoria, a world where magic pulsed like the heartbeat of the universe, there existed a legend of a city lost to time, a place of unimaginable power and hidden truths. It was said that this city, known only as Etheria, was cloaked in shadow and mist, visible only to those whose hearts were pure and whose intentions were true. My name is Lyra, a wanderer of worlds, seeker of truths, and this is the tale of my journey to Etheria, a quest that would unveil the mysteries of the cosmos and challenge the very essence of my being. My journey began at the dawn of the equinox, when the stars aligned in a dance of celestial majesty, casting a silver glow upon the lands of Eldoria. Guided by ancient prophecies and the whispers of the wind, I set forth into the unknown, my path illuminated by the light of the constellations, each step a leap of faith into the abyss of the unknown. The world of Eldoria was a tapestry of vibrant landscapes, from the crystalline shores of the Meridian Sea to the verdant expanse of the Everwood Forest, a realm where magic and nature danced in an eternal embrace. It was within the heart of the Everwood, beneath the boughs of trees older than time, that I first heard the call of Etheria, a melody that resonated with the core of my soul, drawing me closer to its hidden location. The journey was fraught with trials, each challenge a test of my resolve and a reflection of the obstacles that lay within my own heart. I faced creatures of shadow and light, entities that guarded the secrets of the forest and the keys to reaching Etheria. Through trials of courage, wisdom, and spirit, I earned their respect and the fragments of knowledge they held about the lost city. As days turned to nights and the moons of Eldoria traced their path across the sky, I found myself at the edge of the Everwood, where the forest gave way to the shattered plains, a land of broken earth and swirling mists, the final barrier between me and Etheria. It was here, amidst the ruins of an ancient battlefield, that the final piece of the puzzle was revealed to me. Etheria was not merely a place but a state of being, a dimension woven from the threads of magic and the essence of dreams. To enter Etheria, one must transcend the physical realm, to embrace the magic within and to let go of the limitations imposed by the mortal world. With this revelation, I closed my eyes and allowed the magic of Eldoria to flow through me, to fill my being with its light, and to guide my soul to Etheria. The mists of the shattered plains enveloped me, and in that moment I let go, stepping beyond the veil of reality into the realm of the lost city. Etheria was a vision of beauty and wonder, a city of crystal spires and flowing light, suspended in a dimension where time held no dominion, and the cosmos unfolded in an endless expanse of stars and nebulas. It was a place where the knowledge of the universe was preserved, a sanctuary for the wisdom of the ages, and a beacon of hope for all who sought to understand the mysteries of existence. Within the heart of Etheria, I discovered the Archive of the Ancients, a library that housed the collective knowledge of countless civilizations, a testament to the quest for understanding that binds all sentient beings. It was here, among the tomes of ancient wisdom and the scrolls of arcane lore, that I found my purpose, a calling that transcended my own quest for knowledge. The city, I learned, was not merely lost but hidden, protected from those who would seek its power for their own ends. Etheria's existence was a guardian of balance, a keeper of the peace that existed between the worlds and the dimensions beyond. My journey, it seemed, was not by chance but by design, a path laid out by the fates to bring me to Etheria, to bestow upon me the sacred duty of its protector, a steward of its secrets, and a defender of its legacy. As I accepted this mantle, the city bestowed upon me its blessings, infusing me with the power to traverse the realms, to guard the balance of the cosmos, and to wield the magic of Etheria as a force for good. With this newfound purpose, I stepped forth from Etheria, not as Lyra the Wanderer, but as Lyra, guardian of Etheria, keeper of the ancient mysteries, and bridge between the worlds. My journey through Eldoria and into Etheria was a voyage of self-discovery, a quest that revealed the interconnectedness of all things, the boundless potential of the spirit, and the enduring power of dreams. It was a tale of adventure, magic, and the eternal search for knowledge, a reminder that within each of us lies the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe and the magic that dwells within our souls. Story 25. In an age where the echoes of magic still whispered secrets to those willing to listen, there lay a realm veiled in the mists of legend and guarded by the remnants of ancient enchantments. This realm, known as Valoria, was home to the last of the celestial weavers, beings capable of shaping the fabric of reality with their arcane looms. Among them, a young weaver named Eliana emerged, destined to uncover a truth that would alter the course of destiny. Eliana's journey began in the heart of Valoria, within the walls of the Weaver's Sanctum, where the looms of creation hummed with the power of the stars. These looms, ancient and revered, were the conduits of magic, capable of weaving the essence of the cosmos into tangible reality. Eliana, with her innate connection to the celestial tapestry, had always felt a deep longing to explore beyond the sanctum's boundaries, to discover the secrets that lay hidden in the shadows of forgotten lore. The catalyst for her journey was the discovery of an ancient scroll, hidden away in the deepest chamber of the sanctum's library. The scroll, written by the first of the celestial weavers, spoke of a primordial fabric, a piece of the universe's soul, lost to time and shrouded in mystery. This fabric, known as the Ether Weave, held the key to the untold power and was said to be located in the ruins of the Astral Keep, a place thought to be a myth, a mere echo of Valoria's storied past. Driven by a sense of destiny and armed with the knowledge of the scroll, Eliana embarked on her quest to find the Astral Keep and recover the Aether Weave. Her journey led her through the enchanted forest, across the Silver Mountains, and into the depths of the Shadowed Vale, each step guided by the stars and the ancient magics that whispered in the wind. Along her path, Eliana encountered allies and adversaries, each bearing their own tales of magic and might. Among her allies was Keelam, a guardian of the forest, whose knowledge of the ancient paths and mastery of the elemental magics proved invaluable. Together, they faced the trials of the Silver Mountains, where the spirits of the earth challenged their resolve, and the Shadowed Vale, where the echoes of lost souls tested their courage. As Eliana and Caleb ventured deeper into the unknown, They uncovered truths long hidden and faced the remnants of ancient powers that sought to keep the secrets of the Aetherweave shrouded in darkness. The bond between them, forged in the crucible of their journey, became a beacon of light in the darkest of places, a testament to the strength found in unity and the power of shared destiny. The ruins of the Astral Keep, veiled in the mists of the Forgotten Sea, rose before them like a specter of the past, its silhouette a haunting reminder of the impermanence of glory and the enduring quest for knowledge. Within its crumbling walls and shadowed halls, Eliana and Calum faced their greatest challenge, a guardian of the Aetherweave, an ancient weaver whose heart had turned to shadow, consumed by the very power they sought to wield. The battle that ensued was a maelstrom of magic and might, a clash of ideals and destinies. Eliana, with the purity of her purpose and the strength of her will, confronted the corrupted weaver, weaving spells of light and hope against the darkness that threatened to consume them all. It was in this moment of utmost peril that the true power of the Aetherweave revealed itself, not as a weapon of destruction, but as a bridge to understanding, a connection to the fabric of all existence. With the defeat of the Guardian and the recovery of the Aetherweave, Eliana and Calum emerged from the Astral Keep forever changed. The Aetherweave, once thought to be an artifact of untold power, proved to be a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, a call to preserve the balance between creation and destruction, light and shadow. Returning to Valoria, Eliana and Calum were hailed as heroes, their names etched into the annals of history. Yet the true legacy of their journey lay not in the accolades they received, but in the wisdom they shared. Eliana, now the keeper of the Aetherweave, dedicated herself to teaching the next generation of weavers the true essence of their power, to shape reality not for dominion, but for harmony, to weave the tapestry of existence with threads of compassion, understanding, and unity. The realm of Valoria, forever touched by the journey of its daughter, stood as a beacon of hope, a testament to the enduring magic that binds the universe together. And so the legend of Eliana, the celestial weaver who uncovered the secrets of the Aetherweave and restored balance to the cosmos, became a tale of inspiration, a story woven into the very fabric of the stars, but a reminder that within each of us lies the power to shape destiny and to weave the dreams of tomorrow. Story 26. In a world where the veil between the seen and unseen was as delicate as a spider's web, there existed a village that lay at the edge of twilight and dawn, forever bathed in the ethereal glow of neither fully day nor night. This village, known as Lumina, was home to the Lumerians, a people who had the unique gift of communicating with the spirits of nature, the hidden folk who governed the balance of the natural world. Eris, a young Lumerian with a spirit as wild as the winds, possessed an unparalleled ability to see beyond the veil to the realm where the spirits danced in a harmony unseen by most mortal eyes. Her gift, though revered, set her apart, and she often found solace in the solitude of Lumina's endless twilight, where the secrets of the spirit realm whispered on the breeze. The harmony of Lumina was maintained by an ancient pact, a covenant between the Lumerians and the spirits, ensuring that the cycle of day and night, growth and decay, remained unbroken. However, as Eris approached her 16th year, a disturbance began to ripple through the village, a dissonance that threatened to unravel the fabric of their world. Whispers of shadows creeping into the spirit realm, corrupting the spirits and casting a pall over the natural order, reached Eris's ears. The Elder, a wise Lumerian who had guided the village through countless cycles, revealed to Eris that the heart of the disturbance lay in the Crystal Forest, a place where the spirits were strongest and now most vulnerable. Eris, determined to restore the balance and protect her home, set out towards the Crystal Forest, guided by the whispers of the spirits and the light of her own resolve. Her journey was fraught with challenges, as the corruption had begun to seep into the land, twisting the once benign creatures of the forest into shadows of their former selves, manifestations of the imbalance that threatened their world. In the heart of the crystal forest, Eris discovered the source of the corruption, a rift in the veil that had allowed the shadows to seep into the spirit realm. Guarding this rift was a spirit corrupted beyond recognition, its essence twisted by the shadows that had invaded their world. Armed with her connection to the spirits and the ancient wisdom passed down through generations of Lumerians, Eris confronted the corrupted spirit. The battle was fierce, a tempest of light and shadow, as Eris sought to heal the spirit's corruption and close the rift. With every word she spoke, an invocation of the ancient pact and a plea for harmony, the light within her shone brighter, illuminating the darkness and beginning to mend the fractured veil. The climax of their confrontation was a spectacle of ethereal beauty, as the corrupted spirit, touched by Eris's resolve and the purity of her light, began to shed the shadows that had ensnared it. Together they sealed the rift, restoring the delicate balance between the spirit realm and the world of the Lumerians. Eris returned to Lumina a hero, her journey having taught her the true strength that lay in understanding and compassion, in the ability to heal rather than harm. The village, once again bathed in the tranquil glow of twilight and dawn, thrived under the renewed harmony between the worlds. The elder, witnessing the change in Eris, bestowed upon her the title of Guardian of the Veil, a role that would see her protect the balance of their world for cycles to come. Eris accepted, understanding that her connection to the spirit realm was not a gift for her alone but a duty to her people and the natural world. In the cycles that followed, Eris's tale became one of legend, a story told to remind the Lumerians of the fragile balance that governed their existence, of the courage that lay in facing the unknown, and of the power of unity in preserving the harmony of their world. The village of Lumina, forever at the edge of twilight and dawn, stood as a beacon of hope, a testament to the bond between the seen and unseen, and a reminder that even in the face of darkness, the light of harmony, compassion, and understanding would always prevail. This narrative, woven from the threads of magic and spirit, invites us to look beyond the veil of our reality, to recognize the interconnectedness of all things, and to remember that in each of us lies the power to maintain the balance of the natural world, to protect the delicate dance of light and shadow, and to guard the harmony that exists at the heart of existence. Story 27. Woods in the realm of shadows and light, where the unseen forces that weave the fabric of existence dwell, there existed a city unlike any other in the cosmos. This city, Valoria, was said to be the nexus of realities, a place where dimensions intersected and the boundaries of time and space blurred. Valoria was hidden from the mortal world, accessible only to those who possessed the knowledge of the ancient paths that traversed the veil between worlds. Aria, a young adept with an insatiable curiosity for the mysteries that lay beyond the veil, had spent her life studying the arcane texts and celestial maps that hinted at Valoria's existence. Her quest was driven by a prophecy found in the Codex of Destinies, a tome as old as the cosmos itself, which spoke of a convergence of realities that would either usher in an era of enlightenment or spell the doom of all existence. Armed with her knowledge and guided by the Codex, Aria embarked on a journey to find Valoria, believing herself to be the key to preventing the cataclysm foretold in the prophecy. Her journey led her through the labyrinth of echoes, a realm where the whispers of those who had traversed the veil lingered, guiding or misleading travelers based on the purity of their intentions. Within the labyrinth, Aria faced trials that tested her resolve, her wisdom, and her heart. She encountered beings of light and darkness, each presenting riddles and challenges that she must overcome to prove her worthiness to enter Valoria. Among these beings was the Guardian of the Labyrinth, a creature of shifting forms that embodied the balance between the realms. The Guardian revealed to Aria that the key to reaching Valoria lay within herself, in her ability to harmonize the light and shadows within her soul. With this revelation, Arya delved deep into her own essence, embracing the totality of her being, and in doing so, unlocked the path to Veloria. As the gates of the city materialized before her, Arya was awestruck by the beauty and complexity of Veloria. The city was a tapestry of realities, where the architecture defied the laws of physics, and the citizens were beings of diverse dimensions, living in harmony. Veloria was governed by the Council of Realms, a collective of wise beings who maintained the balance between the dimensions and oversaw the flow of time and space. Arya was brought before the council, where she shared the prophecy and her belief that the convergence of realities foretold in the Codex was imminent. The council, aware of the prophecy but uncertain of its meaning, welcomed Arya's insight and appointed her as the emissary of realms, tasking her with unraveling the mystery of the convergence and finding a way to prevent the cataclysm. As the emissary, Arya was granted access to the Arcanum, the library of Veloria that housed the knowledge of the ages. Here, she discovered that the convergence was not a singular event but a cycle that occurred at the juncture of millennia, each time offering an opportunity for growth and evolution. Arya learned that the key to harnessing the energy of the convergence lay in uniting the fragments of a crystal known as the Heart of Realities, scattered across the dimensions. The heart had the power to harmonize the frequencies of the realities, ensuring their coexistence rather than collision. Embarking on a quest across dimensions, Arya sought the fragments of the heart, facing challenges that tested her strength, intellect, and spirit. Each fragment was guarded by a keeper, beings who had sworn to protect the pieces of the heart until the emissary prophesied and the Codex emerged. From the ethereal plains of the astral winds to the infernal depths of the Shadow Realm, Arya journeyed, gathering the fragments and learning the truths of existence from the keepers. With each piece of the heart restored, the harmony between the realities grew stronger, and the once looming threat of the convergence began to wane. In her travels, Arya encountered allies and adversaries, forged bonds that transcended dimensions and unraveled the mysteries of her own past, discovering that she was not merely the emissary foretold but a being of unique essence, born of the union of realities. With the Heart of Realities restored, Arya returned to Veloria, where the council awaited her. Together, they initiated the Rite of Convergence, a ceremony that would use the power of the heart to weave the fabric of the realities into a harmonious tapestry. As the rite commenced, the city of Veloria became the focal point of a cosmic symphony, the heart pulsating at its core, radiating waves of energy that rippled through the dimensions. Arya, standing at the heart of the city, channeled the energy, guiding it with her will and her knowledge, harmonizing the frequencies of the realities. The convergence, rather than bringing destruction, ushered in a new era of enlightenment and unity. The boundaries between the worlds softened, allowing for the exchange of knowledge and wisdom, and the inhabitants of the dimensions began to explore and learn from one another, enriching their existences. Arya, having fulfilled the prophecy, chose to remain in Veloria, serving as the guardian of the heart and the emissary between the realms. Her tale, a testament to the power of knowledge, courage, and unity, became a legend that echoed through the dimensions, a beacon of hope for all who seek to bridge the divides and find harmony in the vastness of existence. The city of Veloria, once hidden, became a symbol of the interconnectedness of all things, a place where the seekers of truth and the guardians of balance would always find a home. And thus the story of Arya and the Heart of Realities became a guiding light for future generations, a reminder that in the fabric of the cosmos, every thread is essential, and every soul has the power to shape the destiny of realities. Story 28. Rain always has a way of changing the world, of transforming the mundane into a scene from a noir film, where every droplet carries a secret and every shadow hides a story. This was no different on a particularly stormy evening as I found myself stranded at an almost deserted bus stop, the city around me muffled by the relentless downpour. I'd always enjoyed the rain, the way it seemed to wash away the grime of the city, leaving everything feeling fresh and renewed. But that night, the rain felt oppressive, like it was trying to drown the world in its sorrow. The street lights flickered, casting an eerie glow on the empty street, and the occasional car that passed by splashed through the puddles, their headlights briefly illuminating my solitary figure. The bus was late, or perhaps it had ceased to run at all, a silent victim of the storm. I pulled my coat tighter around me, shivering not just from the cold but from a growing sense of unease. It was then that I noticed him, a figure standing on the other side of the road, his presence as sudden as a flash of lightning. He was just standing there, watching me, or so it seemed through the curtain of rain. I told myself it was just a coincidence, that he was simply another soul caught out in the storm. But as the minutes ticked by, his stillness became unnerving. He made no move to seek shelter, nor did he seem bothered by the torrential downpour. It was as if he was waiting for something or someone. Trying to shake off my unease, I decided to make a call, if only to hear a familiar voice and reassure myself. But my phone, much like the bus, had decided to betray me, its screen lifeless and unresponsive. I was truly alone. The sound of footsteps broke through the rhythm of the rain, slow and deliberate, drawing closer. I turned, heart racing, to see the figure crossing the street, his steps unhurried, as if the floodwaters were mere trifles to him. Panic set in then, raw and primal. There was something wrong, something off about him that I couldn't quite place, but every instinct screamed at me to run. And run I did, splashing through the puddles, the rain blinding me, my breaths coming in short gasps. I didn't dare look back, fearing what I might see. The streets were a labyrinth in the downpour, but fear lent me speed and a sense of direction I never knew I possessed. Eventually, I found refuge in a 24-hour diner, its warm glow a beacon in the tempest. Glancing back, I saw no sign of the figure, but the terror of the chase lingered, a cold knot in my stomach. The staff must have seen the panic in my eyes, for they quickly ushered me to a seat and offered me a hot drink without a word. As I sat there, watching the rain cascade down the windows, I couldn't help but wonder about the man in the rain. Was he real, or just a figment of my overactive imagination? The question haunted me, but deep down, I knew the truth. The rain had a way of revealing what was hidden, of washing away illusions to expose the raw, unvarnished reality beneath. And on that night it showed me that not all who wander in the storm are lost, some are just hunting. I stayed in the diner until the first light of dawn began to slice through the darkness, turning the rain into a shimmering veil of silver. The staff, who had been kind enough to let me linger over countless cups of coffee, began to prepare for the morning rush. I knew it was time to leave, to face the world outside that now seemed a little less threatening under the pale light of day. But as I stepped outside, the memory of last night's terror clung to me like the dampness in my clothes. The city had been washed clean by the storm, the streets glistening, the air fresh with the promise of a new day. Yet the shadows lingered longer in my eyes, a reminder of the fear that had gripped me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed, that the man in the rain had been a harbinger of some sort. My mind raced with questions that had no answers, and the comforting logic of daylight did little to dispel the mystery of the night before. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, searching the crowds for a glimpse of him, half expecting to see his figure melding into the shadows. The day passed in a blur, my routine punctuated by moments of unease. Every sound made me jump, every stranger's glance seemed to hide a secret. It was irrational, I knew, but the fear had rooted itself deep within me, a persistent whisper that urged me to be wary, to watch. As evening approached, the sky once again darkened with the promise of rain. The thought of facing the night, of possibly encountering the man in the rain again, filled me with dread. I considered my options, my desire for safety warring with my need to understand what had happened. Was he just a figment of my overactive imagination, a shadow cast by my own fears? Or was there something more, something real and palpably sinister? I made my decision as the first drops began to fall, a soft patter against the window that quickly grew into a familiar roar. Armed with a flashlight and a determination to face my fears, I headed back to the bus stop. The street was deserted, the glow of the streetlights casting pools of light on the wet asphalt. I waited, the rain soaking through my clothes, my heart pounding in my chest. Minutes turned into hours, and still he did not come. Had I imagined the whole thing? Was the fear just a product of the storm, a play of light and shadow that had tricked my mind? As the night waned and the storm passed, I realized that some mysteries are not meant to be solved. The man in the rain had vanished as suddenly as he had appeared, leaving only questions in his wake. But the fear he had instilled in me remained, a reminder that the world is full of unknowns, shadows that lurk just beyond the edge of our understanding. And sometimes it's the not knowing that's the most terrifying of all. Story 29. Rain lashed against the windows, drowning the world in a symphony of water. Seeking shelter from the downpour, I stumbled upon an old cabin deep in the woods. It stood, weather-beaten and forsaken, its eerie silhouette haunting against the backdrop of the storm. As I stepped inside, the air grew heavy with the weight of forgotten memories. Shadows danced in the flickering candlelight, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every creak of the floorboards echoed like a ghostly whisper, and I couldn't help but wonder what secrets this cabin held. The walls seemed to whisper stories of the past, tales of those who sought refuge within its decaying walls. The furniture, though worn with age, hinted at a life once lived within these very rooms. My footsteps echoed hollowly as I explored, my senses heightened by the darkness that enveloped me. In the corner of the main room, I found an old rocking chair, its wood worn smooth by time. Something compelled me to sit, to rock back and forth as if trying to coax the secrets from the very walls themselves. But as I sat there, listening to the rain drumming against the roof, I felt a chill creep into my bones. Suddenly, the rocking chair ceased its gentle motion, freezing in place, as if held by unseen hands. A shiver raced down my spine as I realized I was not alone in the cabin. Whispers filled the air, voices from the past that seemed to echo from every corner of the room. I tried to stand, to flee from whatever unseen presence lingered in the darkness, but my limbs refused to obey. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the whispers ceased. The rocking chair resumed its motion, as if nothing had happened at all. Trembling, I stumbled from the cabin, the rain washing away any trace of the encounter. But the memory of those whispered voices would linger with me long after the storm had passed. As I stumbled out of the cabin, the rain pelted down with renewed ferocity, as if eager to wash away the lingering traces of the eerie encounter. Yet the memory of those whispered voices clung to me like a persistent fog, refusing to be swept away by the storm's cleansing embrace. Each droplet that struck my skin felt like a cold finger tracing a path down my spine, reminding me of the unsettling presence that had enveloped the cabin. I trudged through the woods, my senses on high alert, hyper-aware of every rustle of leaves and every shadow that danced in the flickering light. The forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something unseen to reveal itself in the darkness. Every step I took felt heavy, as if I were wading through thick, viscous tar rather than damp earth. And then, just as I thought I couldn't bear the tension any longer, a flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the path ahead with an ethereal glow. In that brief moment of clarity, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Standing at the edge of the clearing was a figure cloaked in darkness, its features obscured by the shadows that clung to it like a shroud. It stood perfectly still, watching me with eyes that seemed to pierce straight through to my very soul. Fear gripped me like icy tendrils, paralyzing me where I stood. I tried to speak, to call out for help, or to demand answers from this mysterious stranger, but my voice caught in my throat, stifled by the suffocating weight of the unknown. All around me, the forest seemed to close in, its branches reaching out like gnarled fingers eager to ensnare me in their grasp. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure melted back into the darkness, leaving me alone once more with nothing but the sound of my own ragged breaths and the steady drumming of rain against the forest floor. With trembling hands, I pressed on, determined to put as much distance between myself and that unsettling presence as possible. But try as I might, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, that unseen eyes watched my every move from the safety of the shadows. And as I stumbled through the woods, the rain falling in torrents around me, I couldn't help but wonder what other secrets lay hidden within the depths of the forest, waiting to be uncovered by those brave or foolish enough to seek them out. Story 30. Trudging through the rain-soaked trails, I found myself disoriented and alone. The forest seemed to swallow me whole, its dense foliage closing in like a suffocating embrace. Panic clawed at my chest as I realized I was lost. With each step, the rain seemed to intensify, as if the heavens themselves were weeping for my plight. Desperation gnawed at my sanity, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being hunted. Every rustle of leaves sent shivers down my spine, and I prayed for dawn to break and release me from this nightmare. Hours passed as I stumbled blindly through the undergrowth, my clothes soaked through and my spirits sinking with each passing moment. The rain showed no sign of relenting, its relentless assault wearing away at my resolve. And then, just when I thought I couldn't go on, I stumbled upon a clearing in the forest. Relief flooded through me as I saw the faint glow of a campfire in the distance. With renewed hope, I pushed forward, my steps quickening as I drew closer to the warmth and light that beckoned me forward. But as I entered the clearing, my heart sank. The campfire lay abandoned, its embers flickering weakly in the rain. There was no sign of the person who had lit it, no indication of where they might have gone. Dread crept into my heart as I realized I was truly alone in the forest, with nothing but the rain and the darkness for company. And then, from the depths of the woods, I heard a sound that froze me in my tracks. It was a low, guttural growl, echoing through the trees like a warning from some unseen guardian. Fear gripped me as I realized I was not alone in the forest, and whatever lurked in the shadows was closing in fast. With a newfound sense of urgency, I fled into the darkness, the rain pounding against my back as I ran. Branches clawed at my skin, roots threatened to trip me at every turn, but still, I pressed on, driven by the primal instinct to survive. And though I could hear the creature's footsteps echoing behind me, I refused to look back, knowing that to do so would be to invite certain death. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I burst through the trees and into the open air. The rain fell in torrents, soaking me to the bone as I collapsed onto the muddy ground. But I was alive, and for now that was enough. As I lay there, gasping for breath and trembling with exhaustion, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, lurking in the darkness, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The rain continued to fall, a constant reminder of the perilous world in which I found myself stranded. With great effort, I pushed myself upright, my muscles protesting with every movement. I scanned the surrounding forest, searching for any sign of movement or danger, but the shadows seemed to cling to the trees like a cloak, obscuring whatever secrets they held within their depths. I knew I couldn't stay in the clearing for long, not with whatever had chased me through the woods still lurking in the shadows. With a weary sigh, I forced myself to my feet, my limbs heavy with fatigue as I stumbled back into the darkness. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent my heart racing with fear. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that unseen eyes followed my every move, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But still, I pressed on, driven by the desperate need to escape the nightmare that had consumed me. The rain fell in a steady rhythm, masking any sound of approach as I navigated the treacherous terrain. Hours passed in a blur of exhaustion and fear, my senses dulled by the ceaseless assault of the storm. But still, I pressed on, driven by the flickering flame of hope that burned within me. And then, just when I thought I couldn't go on, I saw it. A faint glimmer of light in the distance, beckoning me forward like a beacon in the darkness. With renewed determination, I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my chest as I drew closer to the source of the light. As I entered the clearing, I saw the outline of a cabin nestled amongst the trees, its windows aglow with warm, inviting light. Relief flooded through me as I realized I had found sanctuary at last. With trembling hands, I pushed open the door and stepped inside, the warmth of the cabin enveloping me like a comforting embrace. The rain continued to fall outside, a reminder of the dangers that lurked beyond the safety of these walls. But for now, I was safe, and that was all that mattered. As I collapsed onto the floor, exhaustion finally claiming me, I whispered a silent prayer of thanks to whatever higher power had guided me to this place of refuge. And as I drifted off to sleep, the rain falling softly against the windows, I knew that no matter what terrors awaited me in the darkness, I would face them with courage and determination, for I had survived the storm, and I would survive whatever came next. Story 31. They say the old bridge is cursed, a relic of a bygone era stained with blood and betrayal. As I crossed its decaying planks, the rain drummed a macabre rhythm against its rusted metal frame. Shadows lurked beneath the arches, and I could feel the weight of centuries-old secrets pressing down upon me. Whispers of the past echoed in the storm, tales of tragedy and loss that refused to be silenced. I quickened my pace, eager to escape the clutches of the bridge and the ghosts that called it home. The bridge seemed to stretch on forever, its length disappearing into the darkness that shrouded the forest below. With each step, the wood groaned and shifted beneath my feet, as if protesting my intrusion into its domain. But I pressed on, my heart pounding in my chest as I neared the other side. And then, just as I reached the halfway point, I heard it. A sound like the wailing of the damned, echoing through the night with a haunting intensity that made my blood run cold. I froze in place, my eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of the source of the noise. But there was nothing, only the rain and the wind and the oppressive silence of the forest. With a trembling hand, I reached out to touch the railing of the bridge, hoping to steady myself against the onslaught of fear that threatened to consume me. But as my fingers brushed against the cold metal, I felt something stir beneath the surface. Something ancient and malevolent, lurking just below the thin veneer of reality. And then, with a deafening roar, the bridge began to collapse beneath me. Wood splintered and metal groaned as the structure gave way, sending me plummeting into the churning waters below. I fought against the current, struggling to keep my head above the surface as the rain continued to fall, washing away any hope of escape. But then, just when all seemed lost, I felt a hand grasp mine, pulling me from the depths and into the safety of the shore. Gasping for breath, I collapsed onto the muddy ground, my heart racing with adrenaline as I realized I had narrowly escaped a fate worse than death. As I lay there, battered and bruised but alive, I couldn't help but wonder what other horrors lay hidden within the depths of the forest, waiting to claim their next victim. And though I knew I would never forget the terror of that night, I also knew that I had survived, and that was enough. The memory of that harrowing ordeal haunted my dreams for weeks to come, each night plagued by visions of the collapsing bridge and the icy grip of the waters below. No matter how hard I tried to shake off the lingering fear, it clung to me like a relentless specter, refusing to release its hold on my mind. I found myself avoiding the old bridge altogether, opting instead for alternate routes that, while longer and more treacherous, offered a sense of safety that the cursed structure could never provide. But even as I steered clear of its decaying planks, I couldn't escape the feeling that it was still watching me, its malevolent presence looming over the forest like a dark cloud. As the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, I gradually began to put the events of that night behind me, burying the memories deep within the recesses of my mind in an attempt to move on with my life. But no matter how hard I tried to forget, there was always a nagging voice in the back of my mind, whispering tales of the bridge's dark past and the horrors that lay in wait for those foolish enough to tempt fate. And then, one fateful night, as I lay in bed listening to the rain drumming against the windows, I heard it again. The sound of wailing, echoing through the darkness like a mournful lament. My blood ran cold as I realized that the voice was coming from the direction of the old bridge, as if beckoning me back to confront the demons that lurked within its shadows. Against my better judgment, I found myself drawn to the bridge once more, unable to resist the call of the unknown. With each step, the air grew heavier, thick with the weight of centuries-old secrets that refused to be forgotten. Shadows danced in the flickering light of my flashlight, casting eerie shapes against the decaying planks beneath my feet. And then, just as I reached the halfway point, I saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the bridge, its form shrouded in darkness. My heart raced as I approached, my footsteps echoing hollowly in the silence that surrounded us. As I drew closer, the figure stepped forward into the light, revealing itself to be an old man with eyes that gleamed with an otherworldly intensity. He spoke in a voice that seemed to resonate with the very soul of the forest, telling tales of ancient curses and long-forgotten tragedies that had befallen those who dared to cross the bridge's threshold. But as he spoke, I felt a strange sense of familiarity wash over me, as if I had known him all my life. And then, with a start, I realized why. He was the one who had saved me from the depths that night, pulling me from the waters and back to safety. And now he stood before me once more, a guardian of the bridge and its dark secrets. With a sense of awe and reverence, I listened as he recounted the history of the cursed structure, weaving a tapestry of myth and legend that sent shivers down my spine. And though I knew that the bridge would always hold a place of fear in my heart, I also understood that it was a part of the fabric of the forest, a testament to the power of nature and the resilience of the human spirit. As the rain continued to fall, washing away the sins of the past, I made a silent vow to never forget the lessons I had learned that night. For though the bridge may be cursed, it is also a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always hope for redemption. And as I turned to leave, the old man's words echoed in my mind, a promise of salvation for those brave enough to face the shadows and emerge on the other side. Story 32. Amidst the deluge, I stumbled upon a forgotten village swallowed by the relentless tide. Houses lay submerged beneath murky waters, their silent cries lost in the roar of the storm. The rain danced upon the surface, casting shimmering reflections of the past. I couldn't help but wonder what horrors lay hidden beneath the depths, what tragedies had befallen those who once called this place home. The rain whispered tales of sorrow and despair, and I knew I had to flee before the waters claimed me too. As I stood on the edge of the flooded village, the rain continued to fall in a ceaseless torrent, obscuring my vision and filling the air with a heavy dampness. The village itself appeared as a ghostly apparition, its outlines blurred by the relentless downpour. Yet even in the midst of the storm, I could sense the weight of history that hung heavy in the air. Stepping cautiously forward, I waded through the ankle-deep water, the cold seeping through my clothes and chilling me to the bone. With each step, I felt as though I was intruding upon a sacred space, trespassing upon the memories of those who had once called this place home. The rain beat down upon the surface of the water, sending ripples cascading outwards like echoes of the past. As I explored the drowned streets, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, as if the very spirits of the village were observing my every move. Shadows danced beneath the surface of the water, their movements fluid and hypnotic. It was as though the village itself was alive, its submerged buildings whispering secrets of ages long past. I paused in front of one particularly dilapidated house, its wooden frame warped and rotting from years of exposure to the elements. Peering through the broken windows, I could see remnants of a life once lived, a table overturned, chairs scattered haphazardly across the floor, the faint outline of a family portrait hanging crookedly on the wall. It was a haunting reminder of the lives that had been torn apart by the merciless advance of the floodwaters. With a heavy heart, I continued my journey through the drowned village, my footsteps echoing hollowly against the waterlogged streets. The rain showed no sign of abating, its relentless assault serving as a constant reminder of the forces of nature that had wrought such devastation upon this once thriving community. And then, just as I reached the edge of the village, I heard it, a faint sound barely audible above the roar of the storm. It was a whisper, carried on the wind like a mournful lament. Turning towards the source of the sound, I saw the silhouette of a figure standing amidst the ruins, their form blurred by the rain. With a sense of trepidation, I approached, the water sloshing around my ankles with each step. As I drew closer, the figure came into focus, revealing itself to be an elderly woman with eyes that gleamed with an otherworldly intensity. "You should not be here," she said, her voice a soft murmur that barely rose above the din of the storm. "This place is cursed, haunted by the spirits of those who perished in the flood." I tried to speak, to ask her about the village and its tragic fate, but the words caught in my throat, stifled by the weight of the sorrow that hung heavy in the air. The woman reached out a hand, her fingers gnarled with age, and placed it gently upon my arm. "Go," she whispered, her voice filled with a quiet urgency. "Leave this place before it claims you too." With a final glance back at the drowned village, I turned and fled, the rain pounding against my back as I raced towards the safety of higher ground. But even as I left the ruins behind, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, as if the spirits of the village were bidding me farewell, their silent cries echoing in the darkness. As I fled from the drowned village, the memory of the elderly woman's warning echoed in my mind. Her words carried a weight of centuries-old sorrow, as though she herself had witnessed the tragedy that befell the village. Despite the urgency of her plea, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story than met the eye. The rain continued to fall relentlessly as I trudged through the waterlogged landscape, my mind consumed by thoughts of the drowned village and its spectral inhabitants. Each step felt heavy with the weight of the past, as though the very ground beneath my feet held the memories of those who had perished there. Even as I reached the safety of higher ground, the sense of unease lingered, a haunting reminder of the horrors I had witnessed in the drowned village. I couldn't help but wonder what other secrets lay hidden beneath the surface of the water, waiting to be uncovered by those brave enough to venture into its depths. As I looked back over my shoulder, I saw the silhouette of the village looming in the distance, its outlines blurred by the relentless rain. It was a haunting sight, a reminder of the fragility of life and the power of nature to reclaim that which was once its own. With a heavy heart, I turned away and continued on my journey, the memory of the drowned village forever etched into my mind. And though I knew I would never forget the horrors I had witnessed there, I also knew that I had escaped with my life, and that was enough. Story 33. In the dim light of the storm, I caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure lurking at the edge of the forest, its form twisted and contorted, blending seamlessly with the darkness that surrounded it. My heart hammered in my chest as I watched, paralyzed with fear. Lightning illuminated the figure for a brief moment, revealing hollow eyes that seemed to pierce straight through my soul. With a start, I realized I was not alone in the rain, and whatever lurked in the shadows was watching, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. As I stood frozen in place, the figure seemed to grow closer, its movements fluid and sinuous like a predator stalking its prey. Panic surged through me, my mind racing with thoughts of escape. But no matter which direction I turned, the shadowy figure was always there, its presence looming ever closer. With a desperate cry, I broke into a run, my feet slipping and sliding in the slick mud as I fled deeper into the forest. The rain fell in sheets around me, blurring my vision and obscuring my path. Branches clawed at my skin, leaving angry red welts in their wake. But still, I pressed on, driven by the primal instinct to survive. Behind me, the shadowy figure pursued relentlessly, its presence a looming specter that refused to be shaken. With each passing moment, I could feel its malevolent gaze boring into my back, filling me with a sense of dread, unlike anything I had ever known. And then, just when I thought I couldn't run any further, I stumbled upon a clearing in the forest. Gasping for breath, I collapsed onto the rain-soaked ground, my chest heaving with exertion. But even as I lay there, trembling and exhausted, I knew that the shadowy figure was still out there, lurking in the darkness, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I realized that there was no escape from the horrors that lurked within the storm. No matter how fast I ran, no matter how far I fled, the shadowy figure would always be there, its presence a constant reminder of the darkness that dwelled within us all. And as I closed my eyes and surrendered to the exhaustion that threatened to consume me, I knew that the storm was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. As I lay there in the clearing, the rain drumming against the forest floor, my mind raced with thoughts of what had led me to this perilous moment. Memories flooded back, each one a piece of the puzzle that had brought me face to face with the shadowy figure that now haunted my every move. It had started innocently enough, a simple hike through the woods to clear my head and escape the pressures of everyday life. But as the storm rolled in with ominous clouds and crackling lightning, my peaceful excursion had turned into a nightmare. I remembered the feeling of unease that had crept over me as the first drops of rain began to fall, a sense of foreboding that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the forest itself. And then, as the darkness descended and the wind howled through the trees, I had seen it, the shadowy figure lurking at the edge of the forest, its presence sending shivers down my spine. But now, as I lay there gasping for breath, I knew that I couldn't dwell on the past. I had to focus on the present, on finding a way to escape the clutches of whatever malevolent force had taken hold of the woods. With trembling hands, I pushed myself to my feet, every muscle in my body screaming in protest. But despite the pain and exhaustion, I knew that I couldn't give up, not while the shadowy figure still lurked in the darkness, waiting to claim me as its prey. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I stumbled forward, my senses on high alert as I searched for any sign of a way out. But no matter which direction I turned, the forest seemed to stretch on endlessly, the trees closing in around me like gnarled fingers reaching out to ensnare me. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I saw a faint glimmer of light flickering through the trees, a beacon of hope in the darkness. With renewed determination, I pushed forward, the light growing brighter with each step until finally, I burst through the trees and into a small clearing. But even as I collapsed onto the ground, relief flooding through me like a tidal wave, I knew that the danger was far from over. The shadowy figure still lurked out there in the darkness, its presence a constant reminder of the horrors that dwelled within the storm. But for now, at least I was safe. And as I lay there beneath the canopy of trees, the rain washing away the sweat and grime of my ordeal, I knew that I would never forget the terror of that night, nor the strength and resilience that had carried me through it. Story 34. Amidst the tempest's fury, I stumbled through the thrashing trees, rain slashing down like icy daggers against my skin. Thunder boomed overhead, shaking the very ground beneath my feet, and lightning streaked across the sky in jagged tendrils of light. The storm raged on, relentless and unforgiving, as if nature itself sought to swallow me whole in its wrathful embrace. Lost and disoriented, I trudged onward, my senses dulled by the deluge that surrounded me. But then, above the cacophony of wind and rain, I heard a haunting melody drifting through the air like a whisper on the breeze. It was a mournful tune, filled with the weight of sorrow and the ache of longing, and it pierced through the storm like a beacon of light in the darkness. Compelled by the sheer beauty of the melody, I followed its siren call, each note drawing me closer to its source. Through the tangled underbrush and the driving rain, I pressed forward, my heart pounding in my chest with a mixture of fear and wonder. And then, as if by some divine providence, I stumbled upon a small clearing amidst the chaos of the storm. And there, standing alone in the center of the clearing, was a figure shrouded in shadow, their silhouette illuminated by the faint glow of the moon. Intrigued and undeterred by the eerie atmosphere, I approached cautiously, my senses on high alert. As I drew nearer, I saw that the figure held in their hands a violin, its polished surface gleaming in the pale moonlight. With deft fingers, they coaxed forth the haunting strains of the melody that had drawn me here, each note resonating with a depth of emotion that seemed to transcend mortal understanding. Mesmerized by the music, I stood transfixed, unable to tear my gaze away from the mysterious musician before me. Their movements were graceful and fluid, their fingers dancing across the strings of the violin with a skill that bordered on the supernatural. As the melody swelled and soared, I felt a swell of emotion rise within me, a tide of memories and long-forgotten dreams. Tears mingled with the rain upon my cheeks as I listened, swept away by the raw beauty of the music that enveloped me. And then, as if sensing my presence, the musician turned to face me, their eyes dark and inscrutable beneath the shadow of their hood. For a moment, we stood locked in silent communion, the only sound the mournful strains of the violin echoing through the clearing. And then, with a nod of acknowledgement, the musician returned their focus to their instrument, their fingers moving with renewed purpose as they brought the melody to its crescendo. It was a moment of pure magic, a fleeting glimpse into a world beyond the confines of time and space. And as the last note faded into the night, I knew that I would carry the memory of that song with me forever, a reminder of the beauty that can be found even in the darkest of storms. With a sense of peace settling over me, I turned and made my way back into the tempest, renewed and invigorated by the transcendent power of music. As I stood there in the clearing, the rain continued to fall in a steady rhythm, the sound a soothing backdrop to the haunting melody that still lingered in the air. It was as if time itself had ceased to exist, the world around me fading away until there was nothing left but the music and the rain. But even as I reveled in the moment, a sense of unease gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. Who was this mysterious musician, and what had drawn them to this desolate place on such a stormy night? The questions tugged at my mind, demanding answers that seemed to slip through my grasp like water through clenched fists. With a sigh, I shook off the tendrils of doubt that threatened to ensnare me and focused once more on the figure before me. They seemed lost in their own world, their eyes closed in concentration as they poured their heart and soul into the music that filled the clearing. In that moment, I felt a kinship with the musician, a shared understanding born of the trials and tribulations of life, We were kindred spirits, bound together by the common thread of humanity, seeking solace and meaning amidst the chaos of the storm. And yet, even as I felt the connection between us deepen, a sense of urgency stirred within me. The storm showed no signs of abating, and with each passing moment, the danger grew ever more palpable. I knew that I could not linger here indefinitely, lost in the enchantment of the music. With a heavy heart, I tore myself away from the clearing and the musician who had captivated me so completely. The melody continued to echo in my ears as I retraced my steps through the sodden forest, the rain washing away the remnants of my reverie. But even as I made my way back to the safety of civilization, I knew that I would never forget the haunting strains of the violin or the enigmatic figure who had brought them to life. In the midst of the storm, amidst the chaos and uncertainty, I had found a moment of pure, unadulterated beauty, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is still hope to be found. And as I emerged from the depths of the forest, blinking against the harsh glare of the streetlights, I carried with me not only the memory of the music, but also a newfound sense of purpose. For in that fleeting moment of connection, I had glimpsed something greater than myself, a glimpse of the divine that resides within us all, waiting to be discovered amidst the tumult of life's storms. Story 35. In the midst of the storm's fury, with rain pouring down in relentless torrents, I found myself standing alone on a desolate street. The dim glow of streetlights cast long shadows across the pavement, and the air was heavy with the scent of wet asphalt and impending danger. As I trudged through the rain-soaked streets, my thoughts consumed by worries and fears, I stumbled upon a large puddle lying in the middle of the road. Its surface rippled with the force of the raindrops, creating a distorted reflection of the world above. Curiosity sparked within me, and despite the chill that gnawed at my bones, I knelt down beside the puddle, peering into its murky depths. And there, amidst the swirling currents of rainwater, I caught sight of my own reflection staring back at me. For a moment I felt a sense of familiarity, a connection to the person gazing up at me from the water's surface. But as I reached out to touch the cool liquid, my reflection began to warp and twist before my eyes, its features contorting into a grotesque parody of myself. My heart hammered in my chest as I watched in horror, unable to tear my gaze away from the macabre spectacle unfolding before me. It was as if some malevolent force had taken hold of the reflection, distorting it beyond recognition. With trembling hands, I recoiled from the puddle, the terror of what I had seen threatening to overwhelm me. But even as I stumbled backward, the image remained burned into my mind, haunting me like a ghost from the depths of my subconscious. As I stood there, shaken to the core, the rain continued to fall, a constant drumbeat against the pavement. It seemed to whisper secrets in the wind, secrets too terrible to comprehend, too ancient to fathom. For a long while I remained frozen in place, unable to move, unable to think, consumed by the memory of my distorted reflection. But then, with a shuddering breath, I forced myself to my feet, the need to escape overwhelming my fear. With each step I took, the rain fell harder, the storm raging on with unabated fury. But I paid it no mind, my only thought to put as much distance between myself and that cursed puddle as possible. As I walked, my mind raced with questions, each one more unsettling than the last. What had caused my reflection to distort so grotesquely? Was it merely a trick of the light, or something far more sinister? The streets around me seemed to blur together, the world reduced to a monochrome palette of shadows and rain. But still, I pressed on, driven by a primal instinct to escape the horrors that lurked within the storm. And then, just when I thought I could bear it no longer, I stumbled upon a dimly lit alleyway, its entrance obscured by a tangle of overgrown foliage. With a sense of desperation, I ducked inside, seeking refuge from the storm that raged outside. As I huddled in the darkness, the rain continued to fall, a constant reminder of the ever-shifting nature of reality. And though I prayed that I would never again glimpse my reflection in the rain, I knew deep down that the memory of what I had seen would haunt me for the rest of my days. As I sought shelter within the confines of the alleyway, the rain beat down relentlessly, creating a cacophony of sound that reverberated off the walls around me. Each droplet seemed to carry with it a weight of its own, as if the very essence of the storm bore down upon me, pressing me further into the depths of despair. With trembling hands, I pressed my back against the cold, damp bricks, my heart still racing with the terror of what I had witnessed in the puddle. The memory of my distorted reflection loomed large in my mind, its grotesque features etched into my consciousness like a scar that refused to fade. But even as fear threatened to consume me, a glimmer of determination stirred within me. I refused to let the darkness of the storm swallow me whole, refused to succumb to the terrors that lurked within its depths. With a shaky breath, I forced myself to push aside the memories that threatened to overwhelm me and focused instead on the present moment. The alleyway stretched out before me, a narrow corridor of darkness punctuated by the occasional flicker of distant streetlights. Summoning every ounce of courage I possessed, I stepped forward into the unknown, the rain soaking through my clothes and chilling me to the bone. But still, I pressed on, driven by a stubborn resolve to find a way out of this nightmare. As I navigated the twisting maze of alleyways, the storm raged on around me, its fury unabated by the passing of time. Lightning flashed overhead, illuminating the darkness with jagged bursts of light, while thunder echoed through the streets like the ominous rumble of distant drums. But amidst the chaos of the storm, a sense of clarity began to emerge within me. I realized that my encounter with the distorted reflection had been a wake-up call, a reminder of the fragility of life and the importance of seizing every moment with courage and conviction. With renewed determination, I pressed forward, each step bringing me closer to the edge of the storm and the promise of a new beginning. And though the road ahead was fraught with uncertainty, I refused to let fear dictate my fate. For in the murky depths of that rain-filled puddle, I had glimpsed a truth that transcended the confines of the storm, a truth that spoke to the resilience of the human spirit and the power of hope to light even the darkest of paths. And as I emerged from the alleyway, blinking against the harsh glare of the streetlights, I knew that the storm had not broken me, but rather forged me into something stronger, something braver than I had ever been before. Story 36. In the heart of the storm, amidst the fury of wind and rain, I found myself alone on a desolate street. The darkness seemed to press in around me, suffocating me with its oppressive weight, while the relentless patter of rain drowned out all other sounds. And then, through the clamor of the storm, I heard the faint, eerie sound of laughter drifting through the night. It sent a chill down my spine, a cold shiver that seemed to penetrate to my very core. There was something deeply unsettling about that laughter, something that spoke of darkness and despair. I strained to locate its source, my senses on high alert as I scanned the shadows that loomed on either side of the street. But try as I might, the rain muffled any hope of pinpointing the origin of the sound, leaving me feeling disoriented and vulnerable. With each peal of laughter, the darkness seemed to press in closer, its malevolent presence palpable in the air around me. It was as if the storm itself had taken on a life of its own, morphing into something sinister and otherworldly. Fear gnawed at the edges of my consciousness, threatening to consume me whole. But even as panic surged through my veins, I knew that I could not stay rooted to the spot, paralyzed by terror. Summoning every ounce of courage I possessed, I broke into a run, my footsteps splashing through puddles as I fled through the rain-soaked streets. The laughter followed me, a haunting echo that seemed to reverberate off the walls of the surrounding buildings. I knew not where I was headed, only that I had to escape the suffocating grasp of the darkness that pursued me. The storm raged on around me, lightning illuminating the sky in blinding bursts of light, but still I pressed forward, driven by an instinctual need for survival. As I ran, the laughter seemed to grow louder, more insistent, as if drawing closer with each passing moment. It echoed in my ears, filling me with a sense of dread unlike anything I had ever known. But then, just when I thought I could bear it no longer, I stumbled upon a small alleyway nestled between two towering buildings. Without hesitation, I darted inside, seeking refuge from the storm and the haunting sound that pursued me. In the relative safety of the alleyway, I pressed my back against the cold, damp bricks, gasping for breath as adrenaline coursed through my veins. The laughter still echoed in the distance, a constant reminder of the danger that lurked just beyond the safety of the narrow passage. For a long while, I remained huddled in the darkness, my heart pounding in my chest as I waited for the laughter to fade into nothingness. But still it persisted, a relentless presence that refused to be silenced. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I realized that there was no escaping the haunting sound that pursued me. It was as if the storm itself had become a prison, trapping me within its swirling embrace. But even as despair threatened to overwhelm me, a glimmer of hope stirred within me. I refused to surrender to the darkness, refused to let fear dictate my fate. Summoning every ounce of courage I possessed, I stepped out of the alleyway and back into the rain-soaked streets. The laughter still echoed in the distance, but now I faced it head-on, determined to confront whatever horrors awaited me in the heart of the storm. With each step I took, the laughter grew louder, more frenzied, as if sensing my defiance. But still I pressed forward, my resolve unshaken by the malevolent presence that lurked in the darkness. And then, just when I thought I could go no further, I saw a faint glimmer of light shining through the storm clouds, a beacon of hope in the midst of the chaos. With renewed determination, I pushed forward, the laughter fading into the background as I focused all my energy on reaching the safety of that distant light. As I emerged from the storm, blinking against the harsh glare of the streetlights, I knew that I had faced my fear and emerged stronger for it. The laughter still haunted my dreams, a lingering reminder of the darkness that dwelled within the heart of the storm. But now, as I looked out at the world with eyes unclouded by fear, I knew that I was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, armed with the knowledge that even in the darkest of times, there is always hope to be found. The rain continued to fall unabated, a relentless downpour that seemed to wash away all traces of the laughter that had haunted me. But even as I sought solace in the relative calm of the storm, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that unseen eyes followed my every move. With a sense of unease gnawing at the edges of my consciousness, I quickened my pace, my footsteps echoing against the slick pavement as I made my way through the deserted streets. The storm raged on around me, its fury undiminished by the passing of time, but still I pressed forward, driven by an instinctual need to escape the shadows that lurked in the darkness. And then, just when I thought I could go no further, I stumbled upon a small, forgotten park nestled amidst the towering buildings of the city. With a sense of relief washing over me, I ducked inside, seeking refuge from the storm and the unseen menace that pursued me. As I huddled beneath the shelter of a gnarled oak tree, the rain lashing against the branches overhead, I knew that I had found a temporary respite from the horrors of the night. But even as I closed my eyes and tried to calm the racing of my heart, I couldn't shake the feeling that the laughter still echoed in the darkness, a chilling reminder of the dangers that lurked just beyond the safety of the park. Story 37. As I sought refuge beneath the shelter of an old oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers to shield me from the relentless downpour, I felt the unmistakable sensation of being watched. It was as if a pair of unseen eyes bore into my soul with an intensity that made my blood run cold, sending shivers cascading down my spine. Despite the veil of darkness that enveloped me, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone in the solitude of the storm. Every fiber of my being screamed in primal instinct, urging me to flee, to seek safety from whatever unseen menace lurked in the shadows. With trembling hands, I reached for the flashlight that hung from my belt, its feeble beam cutting through the darkness like a knife. I scanned the surroundings, my heart pounding in my chest as I searched for any sign of my mysterious observer. But the rain continued to fall, a relentless drumbeat against the earth that masked any sound of approach. The storm raged on around me, its fury undiminished by the passing of time, while lightning streaked across the sky in jagged tendrils of light. Huddled closer to the tree, my breath coming in shallow gasps, I prayed for dawn to break and reveal the identity of my unseen watcher. Each moment stretched on endlessly, filled with the oppressive weight of uncertainty and fear. And then, just when I thought I could bear it no longer, a voice pierced through the darkness, its words a whispered caress against the wind. "Who are you?" it asked, its tone soft yet laced with an undercurrent of menace. Startled, I whipped around, the beam of my flashlight illuminating the figure standing just beyond the edge of the tree's shelter. It was a woman, her features obscured by the shadows, her eyes gleaming like shards of glass in the dim light. For a moment we stood locked in silent confrontation, the tension between us palpable in the air. And then, with a start, I realized that she was not alone. Surrounding her were others, their forms shifting and flickering in the darkness like phantoms summoned from the depths of my nightmares. Fear surged through me, threatening to overwhelm my senses as I struggled to comprehend the surreal scene unfolding before me. Who were these people, and what did they want from me? As if sensing my confusion, the woman stepped forward, her gaze piercing through the veil of darkness that separated us. "We are the guardians of the storm," she said, her voice carrying a weight of authority that sent a chill down my spine. "The storm," I repeated, my mind reeling with disbelief. What could she possibly mean by that? She nodded, her expression grave. "Yes, the storm. We watch over it, protect it from those who would seek to tame its power for their own selfish ends." I struggled to comprehend her words, my thoughts spinning in dizzying circles as I tried to make sense of the situation. Guardians of the storm? It sounded like something out of a fairy tale, a myth born from the depths of imagination. But as I looked into the woman's eyes, I saw a truth that transcended the boundaries of reason. There was something ancient and primal about her, something that spoke to a connection with forces far beyond the realm of mortal understanding. And then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, the woman and her companions melted back into the darkness, leaving me alone once more in the solitude of the storm. But even as they disappeared from view, their words lingered in my mind, a haunting reminder of the mysteries that lurked just beyond the veil of reality. As dawn broke over the horizon, casting its golden light across the rain-soaked landscape, I knew that I would never forget the encounter with the guardians of the storm. For in that fleeting moment of connection, I had glimpsed a truth that defied explanation, a truth that spoke to the eternal dance between light and darkness, chaos and order, life and death. And though I may never fully understand the secrets of the storm, I knew that I would always carry with me the memory of that fateful night, a night when the boundaries between worlds blurred and the true nature of existence was laid bare before me. As the first light of dawn broke through the storm clouds, casting a soft glow across the rain-soaked landscape, I emerged from beneath the shelter of the old oak tree, my heart still pounding with the remnants of fear and uncertainty. The encounter with the guardians of the storm had left me shaken, questioning everything I thought I knew about the world and my place within it. But even as I ventured out into the dawning day, A sense of foreboding lingered in the back of my mind. What had the Guardians meant by their cryptic words? And what role did I play in the grand scheme of things? With each step I took, the events of the previous night replayed in my mind like a surreal dream. The woman's words echoed in my ears, a constant reminder of the mysteries that lurked just beyond the edge of perception. But try as I might, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story than met the eye. The storm itself seemed to pulse with an energy all its own, as if it held secrets too vast and profound for mortal minds to comprehend. As I made my way through the rain-soaked streets, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease creeping over me. The world around me seemed to shimmer and shift, as if reality itself were in flux, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that unseen eyes followed my every move. But despite the lingering sense of dread that clung to me like a shadow, I pressed onward, determined to uncover the truth behind the guardians of the storm and the mysteries that lay hidden within its depths. For in the heart of the tempest, amidst the chaos and uncertainty, I knew that there lay the answers I sought, waiting to be discovered amidst the swirling winds and driving rain. Story 38. Lost amidst a labyrinth of towering trees, their branches intertwining like the fingers of some ancient arboreal giant, I found myself ensnared in the whispers of the forest. They spoke in hushed tones, like the rustling of leaves in the wind, of secrets long forgotten and knowledge too dangerous to be revealed. Each word carried with it a weight of centuries, a legacy of silence and solitude that seemed to permeate the very air around me. As I stumbled blindly through the undergrowth, the rain fell in a steady rhythm, its gentle patter a soothing backdrop to the haunting melody of the woods. It seemed as though the forest itself had come alive, its every tree and bush alive with a hidden energy that pulsed just beneath the surface. Shadows danced amongst the trees, their forms flickering in and out of existence like phantoms summoned from the depths of my imagination. They seemed to beckon to me, their dark allure drawing me deeper into the heart of the forest with each hesitant step. With each passing moment, the whispers grew louder, their voices weaving a tapestry of deceit and betrayal that threatened to ensnare me in its tangled web. They spoke of things long forgotten, of truths too terrible to comprehend, and I could feel the tendrils of their influence wrapping around my mind like a vice. Desperate to escape the suffocating grip of the forest, I pushed forward, my heart pounding in my chest with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. The rain soaked through my clothes, plastering my hair to my scalp and turning the forest floor into a quagmire of mud and fallen leaves. But still I pressed on, driven by a primal instinct to survive, to break free from the clutches of the forest and the secrets that lay hidden within its depths. Each step was a struggle, my feet sinking into the soft earth with every forward motion, but still I pressed on, fueled by a determination born of desperation. And then, just when I thought I could bear it no longer, I stumbled upon a clearing nestled amidst the trees. It was a small oasis of calm amidst the chaos of the forest, a sanctuary from the whispers that had haunted me since I first set foot in the woods. With a sense of relief washing over me, I collapsed onto the rain-soaked ground, my chest heaving with exertion. The whispers still lingered at the edge of my consciousness, their voices a constant reminder of the darkness that dwelled within the forest, but for now at least I was safe. As I lay there, catching my breath, I couldn't help but wonder what secrets the forest held, what ancient mysteries lay hidden beneath its verdant canopy. It was a question that would haunt me for the rest of my days, a tantalizing enigma that called out to be unraveled. But for now, as the rain continued to fall, and the shadows danced amongst the trees, I knew that I was just a mere mortal, lost amidst the whispers of the forest, forever ensnared in its tangled embrace. And as I closed my eyes and surrendered to the exhaustion that threatened to consume me, I knew that I would carry the memory of this night with me forever, a testament to the power and the peril of the natural world. As I lay there in the clearing, the rain continued to fall, a steady cadence that seemed to lull me into a trance-like state. The whispers of the forest still echoed in my mind, their elusive secrets teasing at the edges of my consciousness. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the woods than met the eye, that hidden within its depths lay answers to questions I hadn't even thought to ask. With a sense of determination stirring within me, I rose to my feet, the mud clinging to my boots as I surveyed the clearing. It was bathed in an eerie half-light, the shadows cast by the surrounding trees stretching out like fingers reaching for the sky. With each step I took, the whispers seemed to grow louder, their voices swirling around me in a cacophony of sound. They spoke of ancient magics and forgotten rituals, of a time before time when the world was young and wild and untamed. Driven by a curiosity that bordered on obsession, I pressed forward, my senses on high alert as I ventured deeper into the heart of the forest. The trees loomed overhead like silent sentinels, their branches reaching out to ensnare me in their grasp. But still, I pressed on, guided by an instinctual pull that seemed to draw me ever closer to the truth. With each passing moment, the whispers grew louder, their words becoming clearer, as if the forest itself sought to reveal its secrets to me. And then, just when I thought I could go no further, I stumbled upon a hidden grove nestled deep within the heart of the woods. It was a place of untold beauty, a sanctuary untouched by the passage of time. As I stepped into the clearing, a sense of awe washed over me, for there, at the center of the grove, stood a magnificent oak tree, its ancient branches reaching up towards the sky like the fingers of a god. It was a sight to behold, a testament to the enduring power of nature in all its majesty. But as I approached the tree, I felt a strange energy pulsing through the air, a palpable sense of power that seemed to emanate from its very core. It was as if the tree itself was alive, its roots stretching deep into the earth, tapping into the primal energies that flowed through the land. With a sense of reverence, I reached out to touch the rough bark of the tree, my fingers tingling with a strange sensation. And then, in an instant, everything changed. The whispers that had haunted me since I first entered the forest coalesced into a single, unified voice, echoing through the grove with a clarity that sent shivers down my spine. It spoke of destiny and fate, of the interconnectedness of all things, and I knew in that moment that I had stumbled upon something far greater than myself. As I stood there, bathed in the dappled light of the clearing, I realized that I had found what I had been searching for all along, the truth that lay hidden within the heart of the forest. And though I may never fully understand the mysteries that the woods held, I knew that I would carry the memory of this moment with me forever, a reminder of the boundless wonders that awaited those brave enough to seek them out. Story 39. Tracing my steps through the rain-soaked earth, each footprint imprinting deeply into the muddy ground, I stumbled upon a set of fresh footprints leading into the dense embrace of the forest. They were stark against the backdrop of the sodden earth, as if someone had passed by only moments before, leaving behind a trail for any who dared to follow. Curiosity ignited within me like a flame in the darkness, casting aside the weariness that clung to my bones. With a sense of trepidation mingling with excitement, I bent down to examine the footprints, the rain washing away any trace of my own presence as I did so. The imprints were well defined, their edges sharp and distinct, suggesting a recent passage through the woods. Heart pounding in my chest, I made the decision to follow the trail, driven by an insatiable thirst for discovery. Each step took me deeper into the heart of the forest, the towering trees casting long shadows that danced upon the forest floor. As I delved further into the woods, the footprints began to fade, their once prominent outlines becoming increasingly faint as if vanishing into thin air. Panic clawed at the edges of my mind as I realized that I was no longer alone, and whatever had left those prints was still out there, lurking in the shadows. Despite the growing sense of unease that gnawed at my insides, I pressed onward, my determination to unravel the mystery overpowering my fear. The rain continued to fall, a relentless downpour that soaked me to the bone, but I paid it no mind, my senses alert to any sign of danger. With each passing moment, the forest seemed to close in around me, the trees leaning in as if whispering secrets that I was not meant to hear. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a heady mixture that filled my lungs with each ragged breath. And then, just when I thought I could bear it no longer, I stumbled upon a clearing nestled amidst the trees. It was a small oasis of calm amidst the chaos of the forest, a sanctuary from the oppressive weight of the shadows. As I stepped into the clearing, a sense of relief washed over me, the tension in my muscles easing ever so slightly. But even as I allowed myself a moment of respite, a movement caught my eye, a flicker of movement at the edge of the clearing. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I realized that I was not alone. Someone or something was watching me, hidden within the shadows that lurked just beyond the safety of the clearing. Heart pounding in my chest, I scanned the perimeter of the clearing, searching for any sign of my unseen observer. But try as I might, I could see nothing, the darkness swallowing up any hope of identifying the source of my unease. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take it any longer, a voice pierced through the silence, its words sending a chill down my spine. "Who are you?" it asked, its tone low and menacing. Startled, I whirled around, searching for the speaker, but found nothing. The voice seemed to emanate from all around me, as if the very forest itself had come alive with the sound of its words. "I mean you no harm," I called out, my voice trembling with fear. "I'm just passing through." But there was no response. Only the sound of the rain falling and the rustle of leaves in the wind. With a sense of foreboding weighing heavy on my heart, I knew that I had stumbled upon something far more dangerous than I had ever imagined. And as I stood there paralyzed by fear, I realized that I was not the only one being hunted in the heart of the forest. The old, weathered book lay nestled amidst the clutter of the attic, its leather-bound cover cracked and faded with age. As I reached out to pick it up, a sense of curiosity washed over me, tinged with a hint of trepidation. What secrets did this ancient tome hold, and why had it been hidden away in the depths of the attic for so long? With trembling hands, I opened the book, the pages brittle and yellowed with time. They were filled with strange symbols and arcane diagrams, their meaning lost to me as I struggled to decipher the cryptic text. But as I delved deeper into the pages, a sense of unease crept over me, a feeling that I was treading into forbidden territory. The words seemed to pulse with a strange energy, as if they held the power to unlock mysteries far beyond the realm of mortal understanding. And then, just when I thought I could bear it no longer, I stumbled upon a passage that sent a chill down my spine. It spoke of dark rituals and ancient magics, of powers beyond comprehension that lurked just beyond the edge of reality. As I read on, my heart pounding in my chest, I realized that I had stumbled upon something far more sinister than I had ever imagined. The book was a grimoire, a tome of forbidden knowledge that had been sealed away for centuries, its secrets guarded by those who knew the true extent of its power. With a sense of dread creeping over me, I knew that I had to put the book away, to hide it once more in the depths of the attic where it belonged. But even as I reached out to close its pages, a voice whispered in the back of my mind, urging me to delve deeper, to unlock the mysteries that lay hidden within its pages. For days, I wrestled with the temptation to return to the book, to uncover its secrets and unlock the power that lay dormant within its ancient pages. But each time I tried to resist, the pull of its dark allure grew stronger, until I could no longer ignore its siren call. And so, with trembling hands and a heart heavy with fear, I returned to the attic once more, determined to unlock the mysteries of the grimoire and harness its power for my own. But as I delved deeper into the book's secrets, I realized that I had made a grave mistake. The power I sought was not meant for mortal hands, its dark energies twisting and warping everything they touched. With horror, I watched as the world around me began to unravel, reality itself twisting and contorting in ways I could never have imagined. And as I stood amidst the chaos I had unleashed, I knew that there was no turning back. For in my quest for knowledge and power, I had unleashed forces far beyond my control, and now as the world descended into madness around me, I could only watch helplessly as the darkness I had unleashed consumed everything in its path. And so as the old, weathered book lay open before me, its pages fluttering in the breeze, I knew that I had paid the ultimate price for my curiosity. For in seeking to unlock the mysteries of the grimoire, I had unwittingly unleashed a darkness that threatened to consume us all. Story 40. In the dim light of the storm, the world around me seemed to shrink into a hazy blur, the rain cascading down in sheets, blurring the line between reality and illusion. It was in this eerie, ethereal atmosphere that I caught a glimpse of something out of place, a shadowy figure lurking at the edge of the forest. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a mere figment of my imagination conjured by the darkness and the storm. But as I strained my eyes, peering through the deluge, I realized that the figure was all too real. Its form twisted and contorted, blending seamlessly with the darkness that surrounded it, as if it were born of the shadows themselves. My heart hammered in my chest as I watched, paralyzed with fear, unable to tear my gaze away from the menacing silhouette. Lightning cracked overhead, illuminating the figure for a brief, stark moment. In that fleeting flash of light, I caught a glimpse of its features, hollow eyes that seemed to pierce straight through my soul, a mouth twisted into a sinister grin that sent shivers coursing down my spine. With a start, I realized that I was not alone in the rain. Whatever lurked in the shadows was watching, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Panic surged through me, my mind racing with thoughts of escape, but my body refused to move, rooted to the spot by an unseen force. As the storm raged on around me, the figure seemed to draw closer, its movements fluid and sinuous like a predator stalking its prey. Each step it took sent a jolt of terror coursing through my veins, my senses heightened to the point of agony. I wanted to scream, to run, to flee from the encroaching darkness, but fear held me captive, its icy grip tightening with each passing moment. The rain fell in relentless torrents, the sound of it mingling with the pounding of my heart as I stood transfixed, helpless in the face of impending doom. And then, just when I thought I could bear it no longer, the figure stopped, its hollow eyes boring into mine with an intensity that threatened to consume me whole. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, the world around us fading into insignificance as we stood locked in a silent, primal confrontation. I could feel the weight of its gaze pressing down on me, suffocating me with its malevolent presence. Every instinct screamed at me to flee, to escape the clutches of the shadowy figure that loomed before me, but still, I remained rooted to the spot, unable to break free from its hypnotic hold. And then, with a suddenness that took my breath away, the figure lunged forward, its movements swift and decisive. Instinct kicked in and I found myself stumbling backward, the adrenaline coursing through my veins, lending me strength I didn't know I possessed. Branches clawed at my skin as I fled deeper into the forest, the rain lashing against my face, blurring my vision and obscuring my path. But still, I pressed on, driven by the primal instinct to survive, to escape the clutches of the shadowy figure that pursued relentlessly. With each passing moment, I could feel its malevolent gaze boring into my back, filling me with a sense of dread, unlike anything I had ever known. But still, I ran, my feet slipping and sliding in the slick mud as I struggled to put distance between myself and the darkness that pursued.